Many high-profile cases will definitely come to you, and they may likely come in company of some juicy, irresistible temptations, especially when they involve mouth-watering financial and business transactions. I'm making it clear to you now that you must flee from such disguised danger. Your reputation and integrity matter much, and it counts enormously in your rise to honor and fame in life. Let me point out unambiguously that in life, gifts and wealth that are not worked for, which are by extension undeserving, are always wrapped in calamity and destruction. Flee from them and keep your heads high above the murky waters of corruption and favoritism, so that you can be conveniently counted among the very best in the Nigerian judiciary. You must, against all odds, conduct your affairs within the ambit of the law and the oath that you has just been administered on you. If you are hitherto 50% under public scrutiny, I can then confidently tell you now that it has automatically risen to 100% by virtue of this appointment. This tempo of public assessment of your conduct and disposition will now assume astronomical proportion. You must equally redouble your effort and dialogue properly with your conscience in order not to fall out of the grace of Almighty God and the Nigerian people. It absolutely takes nothing to join the crowd, but it takes quite a lot to stand alone with good conscience. Several novel business and industrial disputes are occurring in the country virtually on a daily basis that have now inevitably made litigations to go on a steady rise. No court in the land is spared of this. We are constantly on our toes, and the dockets are ever rising in response to the challenges of the time. This underscores the fact that Nigeria ranks among the most litigious countries in the whole world. The onus is on your lordships to fasten your belt and roll up your sleeves to face the challenges head on. You must redouble your pace to catch up with the expectations of the litigants. As judicial officers, you have a defined mandate on earth that you must discharge with unveiled honesty and sincerity. You must give good account of yourselves to justify your appointment. However, if you decide to do the contrary, of course, the sledgehammer will, without hesitation, descend heavily on you. No judicial officer at any level of our courts will be allowed to drag the reputation of the Nigerian judiciary into the mud. We can't come this far to fail. Take heed of this admonition by working rightly towards occupying an enviable space in the annals of the Nigerian judiciary.
The Justice Harriet Samani-led 5-member panel had, in a unanimous decision, dismissed the petitions of Atiku Abubakar of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and Labour Party's Peter Obi for failing to prove their case of corrupt practices, electoral fraud, certificate forgery, and forfeiture of $460,000 over alleged drug case. And it also dismissed the argument that 25% votes of the FCT was required for anyone to emerge as president. This summed up the decision of the court on the consolidated petitions challenging the outcome of the 2023 presidential election, which electoral body INEC had declared Bola Tinubu of the APC winner. The panel says the petitions of both presidential candidates, apart from being vague and not specific, failed to prove allegations that are criminal in nature, such as Tinubu's alleged forgery of his Chicago State University certificate. And the court dismissed both cases for lacking merit.
The judgment has been delivered but we have not received justice. Luckily, the Constitution has given us the right to go on appeal. This is a court of first instance, to go on appeal to the Supreme Court.
Our clients are dissatisfied with the judgment just delivered. And we have the firm instruction of our clients to challenge the judgment on appeal. And the court has promised us that possibly by tomorrow we are going to get a copy of the judgment. Once we have it, we will swing into action.
To allow appeal at the Supreme Court, the Presidential Tribunal said it will make the certified true copies of the judgment available. Atiku and Obi have 14 days from the date of the judgment, which is 6th of September, to appeal at the Apex Court. With time already counting from Thursday, the 7th of September, the Secretariat of the Presidential Tribunal left it a bit late, making the copy available on Friday, the 8th of September. As the parties have finally taken delivery of copies of the judgment, a 798-page document, the next and final leg of the legal fireworks is at Nigeria's highest court. Godfrey.
I sat down 13 hours in the Court of Appeal listening to the judgment that you and your colleagues passed. This message is for Justice Haruna Tsammani. I sat down 13 hours in the Court of Appeal listening to the judgment that you and your colleagues passed. I sat down, it was a moment to gloat, to glow, to be joyous and say all you had to say. You were the main actors. And the rest of us were there as spectators, listening quietly to you, right? And with my 2 ears and my eyes looking at you, I heard you when you know, with all joy, say to the counsel, to one of the petitioners, when they asked you for the judgment, whether you have this, where you said, oh, you make it available to them. And when they said, there was something you said also, by the time you were giving that judgment, that it is sacrosanct, the time for appeal, that you are not going to, of course, that's what the law says, so we know it's sacrosanct, that there's not going to be any case where they are going to add any days to someone. So why is it that up till now, the judgment has not been given to the counsels, to the petitioners to do what they needful? Whatever they want to do, even if they want to just look at it and be staring at it, is it not time for them to have it? The same you that was gleefully telling them that it's sacrosanct, is it not sacrosanct for there to be competence from the tribunal? Isn't the tribunal itself supposed to be sacrosanct in the way it does its things? If you knew the judgment was not ready, you had not finished putting everything down, it was not typed, it was not ready in a way that immediately after your judgment, you are either giving it to them or you are uploading it to your website, why then did you give a judgment? I listened to you severally when you were using the word that, oh, it seems the witness invented. So me, now that I am a witness, that I saw you and I was looking at you, I am thinking, it seems you invented the fact that let there be this tactical delay that we eat away into the days that are supposed to be used to file whatever appeal or whatever it is to the Supreme Court or whatever anybody wants to do. I sat down there, for 13 hours, listening. At one time I was wondering, what kind of words are these? I thought, or is this going to be part of the judgment? Is it what the judgment is, what is being said? Because it was almost as if, was I in the market, just hearing plain? I think it was Lord Denny that said, words, words are these. There's a quote by Lord Denny where he talked about how judges are supposed to use words, sort of like that we flow. They were the kind of words you were using. You were wondering whether you were in court or you were at the motor park or you were in the market, or you were in the village square where people were just throwing words anyhow. It doesn't matter. It's your right to do what you want to do, where you want to do it. But when it comes to issue of competence, when it comes to issue of sacrosanct, the way you use, when you talk about it is sacrosanct that the number of days will not be increased for anybody. Why then are you eating into the number of days? Why then are you eating? For me, Aisha Yusuf, I am an active Nigerian citizen. I speak for myself, and I use this my mouth to speak on my own behalf as a witness that sat down for over 12 hours, 13 hours, sitting down and listening to judges reading. I'm like, what are they reading here? But I sat down, no, I listen. I'm a witness. So when you talked about being sacrosanct, so how come now you don't still have this thing out? How are you going to read something different and then they are not going to, you see, they are now retyping it or what? And some words going to change. There was a part where we heard, explain to me if I didn't hear well, where you were saying that the case, the Labour Party case is now withdrawn. I'm like, is it judges that withdraw cases? What is it? It's not the person that put in the case, I suppose so. Or is it now judges that are now acting on behalf? If I didn't hear that part where tell me, let me know. Because I sat down on this one, I'm a witness. So I was there. Nobody told me. I didn't read newspaper. In short, I wasn't even hidden because where everybody were wearing black and that color, my yellow gold hijab was there shining. It's really so annoying that the place where you expect that justice is supposed to be for the weak, to protect the weak against the strong. But unfortunately in Nigeria, that doesn't seem to what we have. Because I watched you, what I saw that day was you, Justice Samanya, and your other colleagues being so happy when you were talking about the respondents, and you were talking about how they had done this, how under cross-examination, how this, and then the anger, the agitation, the disdain when you were talking about the petitioners coming before you. It's all right, though. It's your court. It's all right to do what you do. I don't know what you people do. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a microbiologist. So I don't know how you people do this thing. But moi, as a citizen, watching and as an eyewitness to what I saw was all of that happening. But you have a right to do that. What you do not have a right to is incompetence. Incompetence of not ensuring that immediately after your judgment that it's available for people to begin to file their appeal or whatever they want to do with. Even if they are not going to file their appeal, let them sit down and be looking at it. Justice Amani, Justice Haruna Amani, your name is Amani as expected. Do the expected. Be competent. Let's bring everything out and let's give it to people. Don't eat away out of the hours. 24 hours cannot be recovered again. 48 hours cannot be recovered again. 72 hours cannot be recovered again. Any hour, any minute that you do not give the counsels to the petitioners what they need, the judgment and everything, however you people call it, whether it's a certified through copy or whatever you call it, that you don't let them have it to begin to prepare what they need to use to appeal. It's injustice of the highest order. It's not even only injustice, it is sabotage. That is how me, Aisha Yusuf, I am seeing it from when I looked at it. I was an eyewitness, so I sit down for court, but they paid me and sit down. I didn't lean back. I didn't blink one moment. I sat down and I was paying attention to what is going on. And I know I will repeat it again. I heard you talking about how it is sacrosanct. Let me also talk. Let me talk what is sacrosanct. There are some quotes here that I really need us to. From Lord Denny. Lord Denny does not have two heads. He has one head, like every other person. 100 years from now, people are going to be looking at these judgments and reading it. They are not only going to look at the Justice Haruna Samani and whoever it was that was on that thing that did. They are going to look at all of us and say, the people of that era, how were they? What kind of weddings are they? What kind of this thing is that? So it is a representation on also my generation. By the time I'm dead, 100 years from now, I won't be there for me to go and be telling them that, we too, that was how we saw it too. The issue of Nigerian judiciary where, what do you call it now? I see appointment or whatever, it's based on seniority. That thing, the judicial system needs to be rejigged. You know, they needs to be rejigged, turned upside down and fixed. Competence must trump how old you are. Because person old No come mean say the person get sense pass another person wey dey there, wey get sense, wey go do wetin he go do. Age no dey give person sense. No be dey give person sense. At this moment, we need to ensure the right thing is being done. Lord Dennis said the purpose of the law is to protect the weak against the strong. Not the one that we will see that is the strong that are coming out to display their strength, and then it's the weak that is being used to it won't happen. No. We are all citizens in this country. It's all our country. Every one of us. We own Nigeria equally. No Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian. Lord Denning also said, the law is not a technical game to be played by experts, but rather a living force to be applied with wisdom and compassion. We are not even asking for wisdom and compassion. Now, I'm not asking for wisdom and compassion. All I'm asking for is competence. Ensure that these lawyers get the judgment that you have read, the judgment that you finally televised when you didn't televise the whole way where they were bringing evidence. But give them and let them do their work, so that sacrosanct you said, your word should also be sacrosanct. You giving them the judgment immediately after should be sacrosanct, ensuring that you had everything prepared before you just came out and sat down and read those judgments. They too should be sacrosanct. Let me remind all of us again, no Nigerian is more Nigerian than any Nigerian.
For Africa, a miscarriage of justice in what we observe. It is a dark moment for Africa, a miscarriage of justice in what we observe in Nigeria today, as far as the verdict of the election tribunal, petition tribunal, starting in Abuja. It will go down into the annals of history that Justice Samane and all those revered, in quote, judges who sat in for days and weeks, listened to the different petitions summoned by Peter Gregory B., Atiku Abubakar, and also the MP party, all for the Labour and also the PDP party, calling in question several issues as far as the February election is concerned. One would have thought that the Nigerian judicial system will do the needful and will prove that Nigeria remain the symbol of democracy, freedom after speech and of speech, and also freedom during speech. One would have also expected to see the Nigerian justice system to continue in the light of what was done in Kenya in 2017 by Chief Justice David Maraga and co. And God bless Chief Justice David Maraga. Lasha Kingsley, I'll paint the picture as it is. For quite some time, I followed the election tribunal petition, sitting after sitting, analysis after analysis, and it was clear that the Nigerian judicial system, if the worst come to the worst, they will call for a rerun of the election. And when we witness what happened today, I'll go from the first aspect, I'll go constitutionally. The major bone of contention that the Nigerian judicial system, Chief Justice Samani, has made us to understand is that all of us need to go back to school and study English language, basic English language.
What do you mean by that?
Because when we look at the Nigerian Constitution, 1996, Section 134 and Section 135 of the 1996 Constitution, not the 1999 Constitution, not the 1996, the 1999 Constitution, which stipulates that a person shall deem victorious of the election after you must have won 2/3 of the total state or the state, and also and that conjunction, that's why I say they have made us to go back to school, and the federal capital and have 25% of the federal capital territory. And in today's verdict, which is a miscarriage of justice from my perspective, is that Chief Justice David Samani made us to understand that Abuja is not a special status, is not under special status. And now, I want to put it to those legal experts who gave the readings and the interpretation by Chief Justice Semani. If you say Abuja is not special, what happened to the constitution that states in 134 sub 2 that you must have 2/3 of the valid vote and the Federal Capital Territory, and you say it is not a special status? Then why does Abuja not have a governor? Abuja doesn't have a governor.
We have an illegitimate governor.
Yes.
Yeah, is that what you're
Yes,
saying?
by the constitution, the president, that's why they say you must have 25% of Abuja, only 25%. That means the people in Abuja have the right to at least give you the position. On 21, the constitution says you must have 50%, just 25. And now, the second issue, why is it that Abuja has just one senatorial seat as compared to all the other states in Nigeria? If you say Abuja has no special status, Abuja is a state in Nigeria, who is the governor of Abuja? Chief Justice Samani. Why is it that Abuja has just one senatorial seat as compared to all the other states? Chief Justice Samani. Why is it that Abuja has just 2 representatives of House of Representatives as compared to all the other in Abuja? Why is it that Abuja has a minister in the federal capital, which is Yeso Wike? Why is it that Abuja in itself, the president doesn't actually take full issues as far as the legitimacy of is concerned? Why is it we have other states that have their own House of Assembly? The Abuja, let's look at the Abuja House of Assembly, Senatorial House of Assembly. Now, in 2017, in Kenya, that was the first historic moment where we witnessed that Africa's judicial system became independent, where Chief Justice David Maraga stood firm against the incumbent, who was President Uhuru Kenyatta, and also William Ruto against Raila Amolo Odinga. Now, in 2017, when the petition went to the Supreme Court, which sit in as the Constitutional Council, after the petitions were listened to, counter evidences were given and cross-examination, Chief Justice David Maraga stood and said, I have the right to uphold the Constitution, and that the Constitution is supreme than any other, and nobody can pressure me to give a verdict other than what the founders inscribed in the Constitution. And in that verdict, he said the election which the Independent Electoral Boundaries Commission, known as IEBC in Kenya, had announced that President Uhuru had won the election against Raila Odinga. The Constitutional Council or the Supreme Court nullified the election and said the incumbent did not win following the legitimate process as prescribed by the Kenyan Constitution. And so it was cancelled. And so therefore one would have expected that the spirit of that goodwill will continue in Nigeria. That is the biggest black nation in the world, and also the biggest black economy in the world, and also the biggest democracy in court.
Jarvis, the way you speak, one will have the impression that Tinubu did not win that election.
Lasha Kingsley, Tinubu did not win that election, in all fairness, and I'm not mixing words in my mouth. The Nigerians who are watching me, I followed that election before, during the campaign, after the election, post-electoral petition, and today I still follow the election. I monitor all elections across Africa. And to tell you in all honesty, Tinubu's supporters, where were they in all the polling stations where the results were creeping in? Second, where were they when people were streaming their live result? Lasha Kingsley, your supporters are not ghost supporters. Are you telling me that it were flies, airborne, that came, oxygen, and voted for Tinubu, that they had a good number of votes? I'm not saying that he did not win in some areas. I want to go constitutionally, because if I go by the context of what we saw in the February election, it was a sham. People were being beaten, people were wounded, some were killed in an attempt to cast their ballot. And in some police station, they said, if you are not voting APC, caught on camera, don't vote in this polling station. It became a tribal issue where people who were of the other extradition from Southeast and those from the Igbo land were being victimized by virtue of the fact that they were supporting Peter Gregory Obi. Far from that, I want to go constitutional so that we look at it from a legal perspective. Section 134 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, it states that a candidate for an election of the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected where there been only two candidates for the election. A, he has the majority of votes cast at the election, and B, he has not less than, he has not less than 1/4 of the vote cast at the election in each at least 2/3 of all states in the federation and the federal capital territory, Abuja, full stop. 2 of 134 of the Nigerian 1999 Constitution states a candidate for an election of the office of president shall be deemed to have been duly elected where, there being more than 2 candidates for the election. Sub A in sub 2, he has the highest number of votes cast at the election, and he, that's B, and he has not less than 1/4 of the vote cast at the election in each of at least 2/3 of all states in the federation and the federal capital territory. And now 3 states in default of a candidate duly elected in accordance with section 2 of this section, there shall be a second election accordance with section 4 of this section, at which only candidate shall be.
Let me just stop you there. Big book. How, with all these provisions of the Constitution that you are reading now, how was Tinubu, how did he manage to be sworn in?
Lasha, the Nigerian just, that's why I say Nigerian election.
Swearing somebody that has not met the
Nigerian election need a lot of reforms, not just at the level of vote cast, but they need reform also at the electoral procedures and process, because we have said it here, and I want to say that this gives room for shenanigan politicians to make use of their money, to take their money and make use of the system and thwart the system. According to Nigeria election electoral process, when people go to the poll, they cast their ballot. The Nigerian Independent Commission, National Independent Commission, INEC, has the mandate to declare who wins the election after having read section 134 of the Constitution. Then a president is sworn in, and election petitions continue after swearing in.
So it means that the Constitution now is Bafia dance. You
the Constitution, that's
dance,
why we say the Constitution is so, it was done in good faith that the judicial system shall be independent. But as we see, the politicians who are looting Nigerians from, as it's common in all African states, Cameroon is not an exemption to this. The Constitution in Nigeria ought to be supreme, whether it's meant for Bafia dance or not. They have made us to understand that they need an amendment. Because why is it that you only go and petition the election after when the person has been sworn in and take position of the executive arm? See, Ali, there was a Ghanaian scholar in Ghanaian who said that the judicial system is not independent. And I buy with him. And I have this message to say, Lasha, before you take the mic, it's an appeal to Nigerians to understand that all hope is not lost. The lunatic may be few and claiming to own the place, but there come a time in one's political history and life that the voice of the people is in their hands and not in the offices and not in one particular station. And I have said this before, that those who are protecting these same shenanigan politicians, when these politicians will go on retirement, they will enjoy their retirement benefit. They have bulletproof cars. And when you, the police officers, when you, the military men and women, when you who stole the election and gave it in their favor, when you shall go on retirement, you shall queue along the busy street of Lagos for traffic for God knows when you shall leave that traffic. You shall queue in hospitals that are already dilapidated and probably have long term of treatment. These politicians, their children don't school in Nigeria. Their children don't go to hospital in Nigeria. We just witnessed how one was convicted in London for trafficking because the child went for treatment in UK. Their children doesn't school in Nigeria. So when you will go on retirement, you the police officers, you the military attaches, I'm not talking about the bigger military attaches, you shall be the person to feel the brunt of this bad politics.
Okay. That any position you want to take in law, you can find a justification. Whether it is justice, whether it is about what the people expect of you. Listen carefully. Judges are public servants like every other person. They are supposed to interpret the law, not in a vacuum, to advance society. Otherwise, why were we blaming military dictators who made laws, okay, that we did not like? If we go on just this rabid positivism, oh, show me where it is written. We have a history of forfeiting money based on involvement in drug proceedings.
It's a civil matter.
No. It is not about that. Now, official proceedings are not civil matters per se. They are a hybrid between civil and criminal matters. Okay, look at the Judiciary case we have in Nigeria. You are suspecting, the government says, this money we found in your account or this property is beyond your lawful and legitimate income. Come and show us it must have been the proceed of an unlawful activity, a crime.
So the character
come and show us how you got it. They get you to come and show how you legitimately got this money. And if once you are unable to do that, the court now says this must be the process of crime or illegality. And so the money is forfeited. So to tell me that it's simple civil proceedings is reading the law upside down. We all went to school. The fact that you became a judge doesn't, yes, you have a duty to perform, you have the authority, but it doesn't give you any special learning to turn very simple, straightforward things. Let me tell you something. Whenever you see a professional becoming extremely technical, speaking highfalutin Latinate jargons, is a sign that he doesn't understand his duty, because whatever you can say and whatever you want to express can be done in simple ease and words that doesn't bewilder.
It's not legal jargon.
It doesn't need to bewilder anybody, because everybody's bewildered as how a man who could not contest the forfeiture of his $460,000, and you say there is no blame. He says you must be arraigned, you must this. Why did he not contest that? The Constitution didn't anticipate that kind of thing, that a man will be the president of Nigeria with what? Nobody knows when he was born, conflicting documents, nobody knows the schools he attended, conflicting. No, we can't continue behaving like that. When you get to the international airport, they say Nigerians this way, step aside, you complain. How did you arrive at that thing? So this is beyond just abstruse legalism, okay? The petitioner failed. As if to say all we are coming was like the petitioners had to be rebuked.
For example, a family being in power for 57 years. Are you the only family in Guinea? Are there no other Guineans? What gives you the right to think that the sun rises and sets in your household alone? It is this kind of sit-tightist approaches to governance, aided by misgovernance, corruption, opaque governance, directionless, hunger, thirst, melancholy, and social disequilibrium that make people to rise up and take up arms against their leaderships. Such taking up of arms, to me, against oppressors who masquerade under the thin guise of leaders, changing their constitutions at will to accommodate further terms. I do not regard it as a coup d'etat. I regard it as good riddance to bad rubbish. That is why I have written tons and tons of articles. My last outing on this was 40 pages. By the way, my keynote address today is 78 pages, but I'm just speaking to it. And I've sent it already to the Secretariat. My last outing on this was 40 pages, where I warned the Nigerian government not to lead or aid ECOWAS to go to Niger Republic to attempt to forcibly remove the interim military government, with Niger Republic having safe borders with 7 states in Nigeria. The humanitarian catastrophe, displaced and dislocated people that you are going to cause would be unimaginable, added to our present insecurity, Boko Haram, armed banditry, kidnapping, hunger, thirst, disillusionment. Let me use this forum to warn the Nigerian government. Don't pay it. It is neither righteous nor justified to intervene. Not only because Niger Republic is a sovereign state, but also because we have no right to intervene and tell them how to govern themselves. Nigeria has never been told how to govern herself. From the first military purge of 15 January 1966, led by Major Kaduna Nzogu and other young majors, I didn't see the international community come here to tell us how to govern ourselves. The counter-coup, or rather, the counter-coup that removed General JTU Aguiyi-Ironsi, who ruled for 6 months, led by Murtala Mohammed, Danjuma and others, and the enthronement of a 32-year-old bachelor, later General Yakubu Gowon, to be head of state, who ruled for 8 good years between 1967 and January 15, 1970, the Armed Forces Day, when General Philip Effiong surrendered to General Olusegun Obasanjo. I didn't see the international community evade us or interfere in our foreign affairs. When Murtala Mohammed was killed, ambushed and killed in Ikoyi in 1976, and Olusegun Obasanjo was made head of state with Yar'Adua as his deputy, I didn't see the international community come to tell us how to govern ourselves.
In court, to have this discussion, we're now being joined by 2 lawyers and prominent commentators on national issues, Chris Wakobia and Leberus Oshoma. It's good to have you on the show, gentlemen. Let's go straight into it. We have little time. Now, we're looking at this unanimous decision of the Presidential Election Tribunal court affirming President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's election as the president of Nigeria. Now, in your opinion, what is the significance of such a unanimous verdict in such a high-profile case, and how it might affect the public perception of the judiciary, and of course your thoughts on the judgment as a whole? We'll start with you, Mr. Chris.
Good morning, Sheyi. Good morning, Akeredu. Let me say clearly here that your question captures the mood of the nation. Your question captures the sentiments. Your question captures the perception of the people ditto what happened on the September the 6th, 2023. And I say this advisedly. Maybe Mother Providence had its own predilection, permit my choice of word, when the judgment was fixed for the 6th. In metaphysics, 6 is the number of man. Man has his own tendencies to disappoint, if you like, his frailty. And in this case, not wanting to stand by and for the truth, And interestingly, I hope that when the matter gets to the Supreme Court won't choose another number 6, to disappoint the people, because the issues are very lucid. They are fundamental issues, and in law, we're taught as young students in law school that judges do not descend to the arena. They don't grant prayers you do not ask for. And let me say clearly that in one of those very funny paragraphs in the judgment, the judges came down to the arena. They did say about a certain witness from the Labour Party that she was a party member, the lady from Amazon, that they cannot admit her evidence because she's a member of the Labour Party. And then turns, on the other hand, to admit the evidence from a sitting senator, from a member, a reputable member of the APC, my brother and friend, who is presently the majority leader of the Senate, Bamidele Opeyemi. That's, on the one hand, admitting that clearly, if you like, maybe it was the voice of Esau and the hands of Jacob, or vice versa. But let me say clearly, as I talked to you this morning, what is important is that, like we said before the judgment, all eyes were on the judiciary. It was the judiciary that was on trial. We have seen the certified true copy of that judgment, and clearly on the top of it, the header. I don't know why they made that mistake. The judgment, as it were, assumedly proceeded from the APC presidential legal team. And you could see when the judges were reading it, they were not reading a judgment that was indigenous to them. They were not reading a judgment that they could own. They were, if you're reading your speech, you make very little mistakes. But when you're reading a prepared speech, a written speech, of course you could see it. Everybody who watched that, the longest, if you like, the longest judgment we've seen in our historicity, would understand that it was clearly about the puppet and the puppeteer. But I believe that what we're doing, this forensic, is actually interested in putting our democracy right, because congruent with democratic process is the transparency and the credibility of the electoral process.
All right, let me turn my attention to laborers. And I would say, like Mr. Walker just mentioned, the judiciary was on trial. And what can our institutions do to restore confidence? That is one question. Do not laugh. That is one question. The other question is this. Let's put it into perspective. Between 1999 and date, myriads of issues have come before the tribunal. Be it in Obasanjo's case, whereby they said he belonged, accusations were made by Olufalaye that he belonged to a particular secret organization, and some other issues that we've seen from Buhari and the rest of them, Atiku. We've never seen the tribunal overturning election results. Why is that so?
Thank you. Before I go into your question directly, I would want to quickly address the issues raised by my friend and brother here, Chris Wokobia. As a practicing lawyer that have handled election petition matters since 2003, I will not sit down here and allow a fellow lawyer claim that a judge reading a judgment and with one or two corrections in court, that judgment does not belong to him. I do not know if Chris had listened or handled matters where judges will read judgment for 5 hours. I have. I also know, as a lawyer that handles election petition matters, that
election petitions are not dealt with on the basis of sentiment, but on the basis of pleadings. Also, I will also say this, that everything the Court of Appeal said on the 6th on Wednesday is not novel to me, and is not novel to a lot of practitioners that have been involved in election petition. And like you rightly mentioned, the Court of Appeal and the Supreme Court in myriad of cases have said so much. So let us leave out sentiments from all of this and address as lawyers and look at the issues. Lastly, on the issues he raised, the courts, I've been reading the judgment, because even after listening to it, and I still take my time to read the entire gamut of the judgment, because what most lawyers do, they analyze judgment on the basis of newspaper reportage. We analyze judgment on the basis of law reporting. The court did not admit the testimony of the woman, not on the basis of the fact that she's a party member, but on the basis of the fact that she's coming as an expert witness that is coming to speak to a document that she did not produce as an expert. So let us quickly lay the issues, because I would also, if I expected him to even take me to the area where the court specifically mentioned her because she's a party member. That said, election petition, why has the court not been able to upturn presidential election petition? Presidential election petition generally, like we say, are sui generis, and your petition will rise and fall with your pleadings. There are also, with the restrictions of 180 days and the new amendment to the Electoral Act, even amendment of petitions are no longer allowed, and it is also sacrosanct that petitions must be filed with witness deposition. Once a petition is filed and witness deposition are subsequently front-loaded, be rest assured that those witness deposition will be discountenanced in the course of the hearing. Also, because of the requirement for presumption of regularity in favor of INEC once results are announced, as clearly stated in the Evidence Act, once you, just like section 36(5) of the 1999 Constitution, the onus is now on he who asserts to prove that indeed this presumption should be shifted. And how do you prove? It must be through witnesses that were present at the polling unit, not people who were told what happened at the polling unit. And also it must be through documents that were handed over to you at the polling unit. You are bound by time. Why file a petition knowing fully whether you cannot amend? Why file a petition and now wait for INEC to give you documents that you will now in turn file later, knowing fully well that the same document will be discountenanced at the trial? So I think the requirement of the law on proof is so high that it is difficult to disprove between, the specific time. That's why you have all of those challenges.
Right. I would like to, really back in, and I want.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to you all. We'll continue with that. I just wanted to come in and say one or two things concerning the last guy that spoke, Lumerous. My people, I salute to them. I don't know if you guys are aware that same man that we're talking just now, Lumerous, that man used to talk against the Nigerian government right from the beginning till all the past, the ones that have ruled us before, and all of them. He make videos all the time, and the video normally circulates even on WhatsApp and everywhere. I don't know if anybody is aware. He used to speak for the people. He used to speak for the people. Is anybody aware? Can anybody just put it on the comment section? Because I'm getting somewhere. Because, on this platform, we say things. I don't want people to think that we are propagandists against them? Or okay, good. Now, the question I want to ask is, what happened since Tinubu came into power? This man have changed. This man doesn't talk to us the way he used to. He doesn't speak for the people anymore. He used to criticize everybody, most especially, the government. Since Tinubu came in, liberals, yes. Since Tinubu came in case you guys are not aware, this man is not even fighting us, fighting Labour Party, fighting Peter Obi, fighting. Because my concern now, don't get me wrong, anybody can support whoever you want to support. If I see anybody on the comment section right now saying that I'm for Jagaban, I cannot attack or go against that person because I don't know the person's past history. You get what I mean? Because he has right to support Jagaban, Tinubu. Same way, me, I'm supporting Obi. But I'm talking about this man called Liberos. He used to speak for us. He used to. And I believe a lot of people can testify to this. There's lots of his videos everywhere. My concern now is, or my question, what happened? Hey God, I can't believe this. Many of us are speaking because of the money we want to get. Once the money comes our way, we change. Many of us, we speak pretentiously that we're fighting for the people. But immediately the money hit your door, you change. Why? Why? We have one life to live. Why can't you just continue the way you used to talk? Because I remember in your past video, you were not even supporting Obi. You were against Tinubu. You were against everybody. You want to better the country and all that. But I've watched your more than 5 videos from this man now or more since Tinubu was sworn in back in May 29. This man does change my people. Hey God. People are saying the power of money. The power of money. I was having an argument with somebody 2 days ago. Said allegedly Tinubu gave those 5 judges 5 million, which is $25 million. So we're arguing. The person asked me, forget my brother. You want to tell me, say, if now you, Tinubu pay $5 million for your account, you know go take. I said, no, I will never. He said, forget it. You don't count 5 million before. You know how much be 5 million? You go change, my brother. We argued. Although I always argue to learn, I've never argued to win. I know my life. But the only thing I remember telling him was, if they pay $5 million in your account, you are already rich. That's about 4.8 billion naira, if I'm not mistaken. 4.something billion. Let's put it like that. Billion, yes, of course. You are rich. You have a massive house in Abuja. You have in Lagos. Maybe 1 or 2 other states. Then you now have 2 SUV, Jeep. You know, I have a Mopo who now follows you. You know, you now go to live band, drink beer, listen to live band. You know, what is it called? Those beer where they drink that 3310, or maybe you might even drink past 3310 because you don't be billionaire. Then you can't press blue join them, right? Then life, that is your own definition of good life, right? Wow. I went to the hospital. I told you guys I was sick, right? I was sick during the time I was doing all these broadcasts. You know, in June, sometime in June and July, I was sick. So I went to the hospital for a normal treatment. They just wanted to check what is wrong with me and all that. But in the hospital, and I get to see somebody there It was even a nurse, because I remember when the nurse was giving me injection, I said something. I said, wow, health is more than wealth. I said, I'm grateful to God for my life or something like that. So the nurse now responded back to me by saying that they have a billionaire here right now. I'm not supposed to be saying this here, but that is terribly sick, but what he's saying that he wants all his wealth, all his money to be taken just for him to live. The person just wanted to respond to what I said. I was like, wow. When I got home, I was like, huh? A billionaire, she said. Although I didn't see the person, a billionaire, she said, and he's saying, take all my money, all my wealth, and let me live. I shake my head like this, say, Jesus. Listen, guys, every one of us need money. See me while they talk to us, so I need money as well. You way they look me, so you need money. Everybody needs money. But when you continue to recognize that your life, your good health is more important than any money in the world, then you now have respect for humanity, value for humanity, and pledge forever loyalty to God Almighty. Now, let's come back to the 5 million, allegedly. Say me your bill now. I don't know how they say they paid those money. So, like, say, the $5 million I receive a lot, or I don't know. I never received that kind of money before. Say I can't say $5 million in my account, equivalent to almost 5 billion naira. So I will not come back. My concern now is that I will not come back to this broadcast. How do I face you guys first? Because that is a big question that money don't supposed to buy. To be honest, that's a big question money don't supposed to buy. But with these people, they allow me money buyer. They don't care how you feel. They are not interested. Then I'll not come back and I'll be telling you guys that. And that judgment that day, you know, if you look at it in my own perspective, all the judges that were very right. Peter Obi did not win anything. Let Peter Obi just rest. I beg, let's move on. Or I don't know. I'll not start saying actually after my review. Come on now. We will pursue money. More they careful. Somebody was telling me the other day, you are making money from your YouTube and all that. See, of course, if I'm making billions from my YouTube today, I suffered for it. I built it for one subscriber. People know they use Verse, get YouTube. You got to work hard for it. If a YouTuber is here today, many of them are working hard. The first day you get one subscriber, they rejoice. They celebrate with God. So it's you worked hard for it. So any money that comes out from it, you deserve it because you've laid the foundation. And I'm also putting in the time. If you're getting it, I put in the time. I'm not that kind of people who believe God will do it and you're in your bed. I put in the hours. And many of you who criticize me, you cannot do it. But how do you decide? My question is, how do you decide after you've collected money and come back to the same audience that have believed in you and start telling them that all you have been saying was a mistake? I believe I don't get the answer to all these questions why they ask, because I don't they ask this question tell. I'm not sure how I get answer to her. Human beings not the surprise person, you know. this particular Lubero, so me believe in this man. And they share a video. I don't play video for my platform so many times. I like the way they talk to this government. He never insult government like the way they do, but he called them, you know, he called them out. He always demonstrates his constitutional rights. But then what happened now? Wow. It's sad. To be honest, it's sad because I'm surprised. $5 million, what are you going to achieve with it, my brother? If you do you build 200 million naira mansion, you'll be living there, right? You only have one room. Except if, for example, that mansion is 7 rooms, you want to be sleeping in each rooms every day, automatically you have become a madman, right? So what are you going to put in the house now, for example, that somebody who did not collect the same 5 million cannot put in the house if you work hard? Because the latest door we have in Nigeria right now is the thumbprint door. Many of us get them. Thumbprint door, you touch your door, you open by itself. So now you will still get, because it's the highest for Nigeria now. Some is a normal one, some come with a bulletproof. So let's say you go for the bulletproof one because you don't collect $5 million. So you got to wash your back. So what about the car? If you buy a car, maybe go inside that 5 billion now, you can't go buy. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. You go, oh, what is wrong with us as human beings? What is wrong with us? Thank you very much, my people. I'll post out a link while we continue with this video. I appreciate you all. Thank you very much. A link has been posted. Click on the like button, help us to share. Thank you very much, mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. Good evening to you, Mommy. Thanks for joining us. Thank you very much, everybody right there. I've already showcased so many names. Mother Rita, thank you very much for joining us today. God bless you for all you do. I appreciate every one of you. Thank you very much, Madam Bella Naomi. I appreciate you. Amazing Grace USA. J. Antonio, thank you very much. God bless every one of you. Thank you for joining us. Vitals, I can see you as well. Hody, thank you. Beatrice, I appreciate every one of you. Press on that like button, help us to share, let our voices go far. Adelaja Ogumbiyi, thank you very much. Good evening to you. Tonya Maduke, thank you very much. Divine Cross, I can see you as well. Amazing Grace USA, thank you very much, my wonderful people. Every one of you right there that joined us today, may God bless you all. Adewale James Babayale is with us as well. CXL is with us. Yes, continue to help us to give Taiwan for, continue to help us to press on the like button. Stella Masemedo, thank you very much. Good evening to you, madam. I appreciate you all. Beyond the sky, now God will bless you, my people. Please, my stand is you can live your life, but let's live for what is right. I'm not trying to use my platform to tell people how to live your life. I'm not just say I wish, but let's live, let's do the right thing. People are losing their lives every day. Let's just do the right thing. Even though in the process of we doing the right thing, sometimes we still end up doing the wrong thing. That's why we are human. But when it comes to a deliberate act, that you're choosing to do the wrong thing and you know it's the wrong thing, but you're choosing to do it, then there's a problem. To be honest, then there's a problem. You know, I appreciate you all, my people. Let's listen to this. Okay, I have a few people, you know, saying on Saturday, you know, they always get people with us on Saturday, you know, so the people we get today will determine how long we're going to stay here for. I already have 2 people with us here. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, we have 3 already. Thank you, sir. Ezeshigbo, it's good to have you here. It's been a while, sir, and I've not heard from you since the Judgment Day. How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing fine, sir. How you doing?
I don't understand. Though. It's
God bless you.
Don't leave us for here.
It's time difference and the time, yeah, for me, you know, to come. I listen to all that you've been saying, you know. I mean, God bless you and God bless all the panelists.
God bless you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, dear.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
All right. Philip Kings, it's good to have you here, sir. Good evening to you. How are you doing today? It's been a while as well.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for having me. It's a
Yeah.
pleasure to, it's been a while because of due to some activities.
Okay.
I greet everyone in the house. It's a pleasure to have me, sir. God bless you.
Thank you, sir. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. M. Abdul Malik, you did not turn on your mic. To be honest, M. Abdul Malik, you don't call my broadcast reach 2 million times. You never ever turn on your mic. Why? We cannot add you. But even though now network, by now you're supposed to have sorted it out, or even though you don't know how to do it, by now you're supposed to know how to do it. Because I know you don't come here reach 2 million times. I'm exaggerating though, but you don't come so many times. You are in the backstage, and I cannot add you because you say your device is not connected. Turn on your mic so that I can put you here. To be honest, I don't even know who that person is. All right, before that, let's quickly, I don't think I want to continue with that video. Let me just take on these articles, then we can just move on with what we have for you guys today. All right, I would like us to I have about 4 articles here. I'm thinking of the one to start with. I think this one. Oh, I think I've lost one. We're gonna hold on. So people now, okay, let's start with this one with the blast Chetima. So I don't understand. Let's start with this one. Let me put this on screen. Press on the like button, my people, and let's do this together. God bless every one of you. Let me quickly put this here. One moment, I'm almost there. Okay, there you go. Okay, as you can see, this particular one there, you aided Chibok girls' abduction, opened floodgates of terror in Bonu. Articles 8 fires back at Chetima. Okay, let's take this. Frank Chouaibo, a spokesperson for opposition leader Atiku Abubakar, has lashed out at Vice President Kashim Shettima, accusing him of aiding Chibok girls' abduction and opening floodgates of terror as Borno State governor. Okay, let's take it. Let's continue. Mr. Shettima had jokingly said he would retire Mr. Abubakar to be a livestock farmer. Speaking after the Presidential Election Petition Courts, PEPC affirmed Bola Tinubu electoral victory. In a statement on Friday, however, Mr. Chouaibo berated Mr. Shettima for speech deficiency and his love to rack lackluster jokes. How can you take that as a joke? Who can joke with that? Shettima opened a floodgate of terror, unquote, Mr. Chouaibo said, and he continued, unquote, during his tenure as governor between 2011 and 2019, Borno State was taken over by terrorists completely. Unquote, continue. He ignored a security report about an impending attack on Chibok girls, which ultimately led to the abduction of over 250 schoolgirls, he added. Boko Haram insurgency took a deadlier trajectory under Mr. Shettima administration in Borno. In 2014, over 250 girls were kidnapped from their dormitory in Chibok community, an incident that gained global attention and condemnation. Unquote, he continued. Well, it took quite a while, Mr. Shettima said when asked in a CNN interview how long it took for him to hear from then President Goodluck Jonathan on the abduction. For the first 3 weeks, we were politicking, and there is a whole of difference between governance and politics. Instead of us to frontally address the situation, we were busy looking for scapegoats, Mr. Shettima said. Okay, that is an attack directly to Tinubu Vice. All right. Mr. Sunday, yes, I don't see you. Thank you very much, people. Let me quickly take this. I'll come back to you. Don't unmute, please. Don't unmute yet, my people. Don't unmute, please. Thank you. All right, let me quickly bring in another one, Chapali, because I have a couple of. Okay, yeah, this is the one I was looking for. I think I don't lose them because I needed to listen to this. Okay, let me put it on screen. One moment, my people, we are almost there. There you go. Okay, let's take this one quickly. APC group begged Atiku Obi not to proceed to Supreme Court. But listen, I don't understand. You know, they normally say clean conscience, fear no accusation. I've been not the TikTok camp. Why? If you know you are clean, why? You know, all right from the beginning, you people don't want more go court. But once we go court, now use by force, use wire and everything to do them. I don't understand. Going to Supreme Court now have become a problem for these people again. I don't know why. But let's listen to this quickly. The All Progressive Congress APC Professional Forum has appealed to opposition parties not to proceed to the Supreme Court over Wednesday's judgment of the presidential election petition courts. 1 minute, guys. Let me take all these things off. Okay, Issa Yonogoa, the chairman board of trustee of the forum, said this at a news conference on Friday in Abuja. Unquote, we have taken notice of the separate and almost simultaneous press conference addressed by the presidential candidate of the two main opposition parties, Atiku Abubakar and Peter Obi. Then he went on, unquote, while we concede that it is within the right of the petitioners to proceed to the Supreme Court, we appeal to them to spare the country from further polarization of the citizenry and heating up the polity with another round of white goose chase spiced with fake news and unverifiable claims. For us, we believe it is time for them to accept the verdict of Nigerians as affirmed by the tribunal. Which of the Nigerians? This is what I ask all the time. When they say Nigerians, meanwhile, they told, am I not a Nigerian? Am I part of these Nigerians you are talking about? I don't understand. He said, Mr. Yuguda said there was need for Nigerians to join hand in supporting the government of Mr. Tinubu on his renewed hope, renewed shaggy. All right, agenda of moving the country to development. He said that no personal interest or ambition should be more important than the collective interest of Nigerians for democratic deliverables. Which of the Nigerians? All right, Mr. Yunuga, this name, Yuguda, okay, congratulated Mr. Tinubu on all he had done in his first 100 days in office. I beg, if we get Tinubu person for there, come join this panel, tell us what Tinubu don't do in 100 days, because me don't understand. Meanwhile, I'll leave this article like that. I don't want to continue with it. Let's take another one quickly. I have another one here. Then this one surprised me. This article I want to bring in now, because this one are people where they are abroad. It surprised me because I talk about them all the time. You remember we have lots of people in abroad that is always say, let's pray for Nigeria. We also have lots of people in abroad that is supporting this satanic APC. So then you ask yourself, why? You know, are they there? Okay, let's ask. Respect tribunal's verdict. Diaspora Nigerians group urge Atiku and Obi. Now, brother, they still okay. Let's listen to what they have to say. Nigerians residing in the United Kingdom Association of Nigerian Professionals in the UK have hailed Wednesday judgment of the presidential election petition tribunal, which upheld the victory of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu as the winner of the February 25th presidential election in Nigeria. The group, in a statement jointly signed by its coordinator, Innocent Uduodong, and Secretary General Kingsley Omole on Friday, urged the petitioners to respect the tribunal's verdict, adding that resorting to appeal would be a distraction to the president, who is already saddled with the responsibility of salvaging the country's current economic crisis occasioned by the removal of oil subsidy. Hi, I don't want to continue with this as well, but that headline is fine. My concern with these airlines is that they live abroad in the UK. Hey. Oh, wow. Okay, let me take this off. Let me see. I think I have another one here. Let me quickly check. Okay, I have... okay, this one happened. I have another one here, which is a bit of diversion, but it's also part of the insecurity that this satanic government or previous government have created in the country. It could be anyone. So you can see this one right there. You know, breaking news: government kill Rivers State DPO. Okay, let me quickly read what they have here. Oh, this advert, not the leprosy, read in peace, to be honest. Government suspected to be cultist on Friday evening murdered a divisional police officer in Rivers State, Bako Agbashin. I believe that's his name. The government were said to have captured and dismembered Agbashi in Ahoda East local government area of the state. The miscreant had laid an ambush for him while on an operation with other police officers to raid some criminals' hideout in Ahoda East houses. I'll just leave it right there. I don't want to take much of it. The headline: DPO, they kill him because of the insecurity we have in the country. Yes, some people might be saying, "Not good for them." You cannot say that, because at the end of the day, the insecurity in the country is terrible. It can affect anybody. No security for Nigeria right now. So don't pray for, say, the not good for our. What about the commoners right now? You know how many people that they keep for Nigeria where people are not even aware of? So I have another one here, which is another diversion. But if you also look at it, it's also part of the reason of having bad government that lead to things like this. Let me quickly take this one here in case anybody. I'm just taking on all of them. You don't necessarily have to comment on them when you are giving your submission. Police nab medical doctor for harvesting housewife's kidney in Plateau. Okay, I would like to really take 2 or 3 paragraphs from this. The Plateau State Police Command has confirmed that the arrest of a medical doctor, Noah Kekere, for alleged organ harvesting carried out in his hospital in Jos, the state capital. The police public relations officer, PPRO, DSP Alabo Alfred, told our correspondent that the command has arrested the medical doctor following a complaint by the husband of the victim. Okay. According to him, the suspect was being detained, adding the investigation was going on to determine his culpability or otherwise, with the view to charge him to court. So they continue right there, but I don't want to continue. Yes, when you see things like this, we know, yes, but it's good to bring it to the awareness of many other people out there. Meanwhile, this one happened in Lagos. I think this one happened today, but although I saw the video today, I'm not sure when it happened. You know, clamping a car without no reason. Listen to this. Oh, sorry, guys.
In a car park.
A car park and the car park, they clamp it. A car park and the car park, they clamp it. This is what we are seeing on Harlem. This is what Lagos State is doing for us. This is what Lagos State is doing for us now. We cannot park on our car park again.
Yes,
We cannot park on our car park again. This is it. See the signal on the car park.
This is the car park. Someone needs to explain to me exactly what I did wrong. I parked in front of Health Plus.
Check number.
Health Plus on Allen Avenue.
Building, 11 Allen. And the car park. And the car park.
This is the car park.
We are not informed.
I am not on the road in any way. Someone needs to explain to me why my car was clamped. The boldness to clamp has suddenly disappeared.
This is a business environment.
No explanation whatsoever.
Nothing. They just clamp the car.
Everybody is a Tinubu in Lagos State. Everybody is a president in Lagos State.
This is unfair.
Nonsense.
Why don't you say a word?
Innocent citizen.
Talk
They are
now.
paying you tax. They are paying you tax. You are still stopping them from their
Nonsense. Sọ̀rọ̀ now. You are videoing me and videoing you. Who is the one with the official car? You are videoing me and videoing you. Nonsense. Come on, law. Ìsìnlẹ̀ nínú ọ̀rọ̀. Àgbàlagbà ní gbogbo yín. Lẹ́yọ̀ kankan. Ẹníyàwó ńlé. Ẹ̀dẹ̀ lọ́mọ ńlé. Báwo mo ṣe fẹ́ kọ́ ọmọ mi ní school but ẹ clap mọ́tò mi for no fucking reason. Ẹ ti ń lọ sí tàbí. Ẹ ti ń lọ sí àwọn ọlọ́pàá tẹ̀lé yín wọ́n sọ̀rọ̀. Àbí video me very well. Nonsense. Ẹ rọrọ̀ sọ ni. Nonsense. If you were right, you will get down and come and support them now. Oh yeah, now. All of you wear uniform. All of you wear uniform. You follow them with foolish uniform. And Lonnie, where are you going now? Where are you going? People and law. Nonsense.
I can't believe this. I cannot just believe this, my people. Anyway, that is all we have for you guys this evening. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you very much for joining us. Please press on the like button, help us to share. Press on the dollar sign, support what we are doing here. I appreciate every one of you. The people that I have on the panel already, I'd like to hear from you guys. Philip Kings, you are the first right here with us. I'd like you to talk to us. What is your take with what I've projected so far? Thank you very much. Okay, Philip Kings, you are not there. Okay, I'll come back to you because I can't hear you at all. Let's see. Okay, give us a Monday. Good evening to you, my brother. It's good to have you on the panel again. What's your take, sir?
Mr. Elvis, I mean, I saw the video, but if you can give me a minute, I'm in a store now.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Okay,
Thank you,
okay. All right. Mr. Sunday, are you there? Are you available to speak now?
Yes, good evening.
Okay, thank you, my brother.
Please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Good evening, sir. Good evening. Good evening to everyone. Morning, evening to everyone here sharing. Good evening to all. In fact, every day, today, I read what our PO, the message he has sent to the obedient, and I'm very happy. My faith is renewed, and I know that by the grace of God, this mandate, we are going to get it back. We are going to get it back. Let me start with what the APC, whatever they are saying. And the Bible says that the righteous is as bold as lions. So if they knew they have the confidence they truly won the election, they shouldn't worry. So there's no need them coming out and then don't go, just accept and then let's move on. No. They should be bold. They should be bold. Okay, they should even say, oh, you can go. You know. But for me, the judgment, I know by now the judges, they might have, begin to reflect. What did we just do? What happened to us? Up to now, I did not, in fact, I don't still believe the judges wrote those judgments. But anyway, I don't have proof. But for me, I don't believe they wrote it. But wherever they are right now, I know they are thinking. They are beginning to regret what they did. In fact, now let me go back to the rest of the issue that we went through together. The man who came, the man who was speaking, I don't know his name, though I was doing something, so I was not following there. He said the truth, The thing is, we paid INEC. INEC was paid billions of naira. Just why? Because this money is going to be used to purchase all these whatever beavers or whatever that they are going to use for the election. You came out, promise on promise. You gave us promises. Even when we heard that there is a plan not to use the beavers or whatever RF. INEC, Festus Okoye came out and said, no, 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 no. In fact, there's nothing like that. There's nothing. We have said it and we are going to use it. You see? So I don't understand why. Well, they are the people, they are of the same feather. So these APC lawyers, somebody will come and still be defending INEC. In fact, I was listening to one channel. In fact, a man, he was a former, I think he was an APC member, but he spoke the truth. He said INEC disappointed Nigerians because you came out and gave us, yes, you were not forced to give guidelines. You were not forced. On your own will, you came out and told the whole world, this is the procedure you are going to use. And we believed you. And at the end of the day, some judges came out and said, no, 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 no. You see, INEC is free to use whatever thing you want to use. Anyway, thank God we are going to Supreme Court. And I'm happy. Whether the Judiciary, the Supreme Court will come and say, oh, whatever the judges have said is true, then we will know how corrupt these judges are. What is happening in the country is serious. Very serious. Nigeria, I don't know. It seems to me this wickedness, these people, they have captured the country. And anytime we have somebody who is ready to come and help, then they try to just silence the person. That is what they are doing. But thank God, this time, God is going to deliver Nigeria from their hand. And I know there is no going back. What our president, our PO said today on Tuesday, I was very happy. I read it and I was encouraged because this fight, we are not going to relent until we get our mandate back. When you are in a battlefield, sometimes the enemy might seem to be stronger than you at that point. But if you continue to fight, you realize that you can win the battle. Now, anytime we are getting closer to success, let me say something before I hand out. In fact, I begin to understand that God is in this because if we would have won at the court on Wednesday, and these people send it to the Supreme Court, it would have been that whatever the Supreme Court said will be the final. Now they have won, but we are going to the Supreme Court. And I know that God is going to use the Supreme Court, and whatever the Supreme Court is going to say will be the final. And if it goes in our favor, there's no way that they can go and appeal it again. I know God will definitely, bring Nigeria out of it, out of all this thing we are seeing. And the journalist that spoke in Cameroon, in fact, he spoke my mind. I didn't do my English in school. I did mathematics. I'm a mathematician. But you see, I still understand the meaning of end. The word end. In that context in which it was used in the Constitution. In fact, I wasn't really reading Nigeria Constitution since I left Nigeria to Ghana about 12 years ago. I went back in 2013 and I'm planning to go back this December. Have not been following the Constitution, but during this election, I was like, hey, everybody is reading Constitution, everybody is quoting Constitution. Let me also be following and see what is there. The Constitution is so clear that this is what, in fact, those who wrote this Constitution, they could have said it, oh, Abuja is part of the state. But they knew there's a special status given to Abuja. That is why Abuja is not having a governor. But you see, I don't know why just the word "and" has created a lot of confusion. I didn't do English, but I still understand the meaning of "and." Look at a man from Cameroon, far away Cameroon. You can even interpret the law more than the judges that sat on the judgment on Wednesday. Well, I still believe Nigeria, God, in fact, God is on our side. And we are going to take this country back from these wicked leaders. I believe. And I want to encourage everybody. You see, when we are getting closer to victory, the battle seems to be harder. But you see, when we don't give up and we continue to fight, we will definitely win the battle. I believe they have. Now, if the Supreme Court says no, what the judgment that they gave was not right, it means these people, they don't have anywhere to go again, to go and appeal it. There's no way for them to say, oh, I'm going to appeal. You see, God is working in our favor. Let's continue to believe, let's continue to have, and let's continue to fight. Because if we don't, these people, they are not ready to relinquish power to us. They are not ready. You know, this man, Agbado, whatever he call himself, he has bought everybody. He has bought, he knows. That's why they are calling him master. Master of what? Master of evil. All of them. When they come on TV, because the man is just, you are an APC man. In fact, they come on TV and say, no, there's whatever judgment, the judgment is so good. They are not even talking our constitution. They say the judgment is so good. The judgment. We all understand simple English. So, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis, and I thank everybody on the panel. I pray that God will help us. Thank you. I will end there.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir, for your submission. May God bless you. I appreciate your time with us today.
Yes,
All right.
yes.
Let me see if Mr. Julian is there with us. Mr. Julian, are you there with us? Good evening to you, sir.
Hello, good evening. I'm here. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, sir. Happy weekend to you. Thank you.
Happy weekend, my brother. God bless
I
you.
beg, talk to us. What's your take?
Well, although I didn't, I just came in during the time you were showing the last video. Yeah, but since after the judicial panel verdicts, I mean, I have been so pained. It's not as if,
Yeah, to be honest, we are still on the satanic judgment that they delivered. So you can contribute to that.
Yeah, it's not as if some of us don't know that this might likely be the outcome, but somehow we felt, anyway, maybe for the first time, these people will do the right thing. But they have proven us wrong that once people have given their mind to criminality, it's very hard for them to give it up. And that is what the the judges in Nigeria have shown, not just to Nigerians, but to the entire world, that they are criminally minded hearts and everything, nothing can wash it off from them, But yes, it's so painful because especially the manner in which they deliver their verdicts, as if they have a personal vendetta against Obi, against Labour Party, for daring to even bring that to the court. It's so sad. Everybody could see, especially that woman who was reading the verdict. And by the way, why were they reading it behind the screen if they know what they are doing is right? Why were they reading it behind the screen? Why can't they expose themselves to Nigerians so that Nigerians will watch them as they are giving that verdict? If they knew that what the verdict they were to give is right, people have been saying, and I equally believe them too. If a Ekweremadu case were to have happened in Nigeria, trust me, Ekweremadu would have been sent home as a saint. That is how corrupt Nigerian judges are, or how corrupt we are in that country. That when we see cases that is so obvious, so apparent, because of corruption, people will, and personal gain, people will throw away virtue, they will throw away integrity, they will throw away even responsibility to their nation. It's so sad. So what the judges are simply, through that verdict, they have simply told us or told Nigerians, even to our children and to unborn children, and as many that in time to come that will read the history of that verdict they gave on the 6th of September, that number one, it's okay if you're a criminal, no problem. You can run as a president of Nigeria. As long as you have your money to buy your way through, it's okay. It has shown us that as long as in Nigeria, perjury it's no more against the law of the land. You can perjure yourself into the highest position in the highest position of the land, as long as you have your money to bribe everybody to buy the judges. It's okay. They have also shown us that it's okay if you you do double nomination, to run as a president of Nigeria, a vice president of Nigeria. Our law does not, require you not to do that again. Now you can do that. That is exactly what they have told us. And they have also told us that it doesn't matter the abundance of this thing that you bring to the court, evidence you bring to the court. As long as we are judges, we are to determine whether those things are evidence or not. It doesn't matter whether, whatever it is. And it doesn't matter what, in any election, you can go ahead and rig, change datas, bribe your way to INEC official and let them mutilate, change datas, take somebody's victory and give it to another person. It doesn't matter as long as you have your money to buy everybody that is in charge. It doesn't matter what that is. It doesn't matter how many polling units polling unit result, whether it's, they mutilate it, whether it comes out blank, whether the pictures that were taken there, they take, that whether it's people, betting in their, betting in their bedrooms and stuff like that, they download it. As long as you can download anything at all, it doesn't matter. You can be declared as a winner. And it also doesn't matter whether INEC follow the constitution, the electoral constitution of the land. It doesn't matter. They don't need to follow it. So they just do whatever they feel it is in order to satisfy whoever that has the highest money or whoever that does not have the integrity and can bribe his way through. It doesn't matter as long as that person can do that. In fact, so many things has that verdict shown to Nigerians. They have literally changed the trajectory of the law of Nigerian constitution, twisted it and turned it completely, including the 25% that you must have. Okay, the English word "and" is no longer, that particular word does not mean anything again. So Abuja, you don't need to have 25%. Just call anything you like, as long as you have your way to. You have money to bribe your way to buy everybody that is involved in the whole charade of election in Nigeria. It's okay. How can we continue to live in a society like this? There was somebody among them, among all these thieves, that have told us long time ago, have given us a kind of what would I call it, a recipe or how we can rescue this country. It's just that we have been so fearful to take to his recommendation. He recommended to us, and that is Amechi, who recommended to us that, listen, Nigerians, we know we are thieves. We are thieves. We are stealing from you. We are robbing you people, both of your present and your future generation. But because you people have failed to stone us, you people have failed to stop us, we will continue to steal from you. We will continue to rob you. We will continue to impoverish you. We will continue to kill you as long as you did not challenge us. Amechi told us that. But we failed to even listen to him, not to talk about taking to heart and say, wait a minute. How can this man, who is part of the whole charade, the whole system, the whole gangsters, the whole crook in Nigeria, come out and tell us this secret? Why don't we listen to him? But no, we are afraid of being killed, and yet every day we are being killed. Even when we are alive, are we even really alive in Nigeria? We're not alive. How many people, even those that are walking on the streets of Nigeria, is the kind of life they are living, is that really life? Even if you have your money to buy generator to power your house, but do you also have the money to tar the road on which you ride your car and ride it smoothly like those that live in the advanced countries that have smooth roads to ride their cars? No. Do you have hospitals to go to when you are sick? No. So until we rise up and conquer our fear, like Amechi has rightly told us, these people will continue to steal us. They will continue to keep us down, and then every day we'll continue to go deeper and deeper and sink deeper and deeper. Nigeria will not get better tomorrow. We live in a society where the yesterday will always be better than tomorrow, whereas it's supposed to be the other way around. Everybody pray that let my tomorrow be better than my yesterday. But in the history of Nigeria, except if you are lying to yourself, your yesterday has always been better. As bad and as worse as it is, it has always been better than your tomorrow or your today. Is that a country that will develop? Is that a country that will have faith in? Everything lies in us, the citizens. Because these people are not so much. How many are they? But look at how they have all conquered us, put fear in us that we cannot even come out and even fight. We are afraid to die. And here we are dying every day. They are killing us. If you don't die on road accident, you will die on the hands of kidnappers. You will die on the hands of this same political sponsored terrorism in Nigeria that is going on, and so on and so forth. Even in hospitals that have become death trap, government hospitals that has become death trap in Nigeria today, you will die there. Who knows? So why don't we conquer our fear for once and say, you know what, enough is enough? Just like what happened in Animal Farm by George Orwell. Why can't we do that? Why will you allow these same people? They are talking about evidence. Obi did not produce enough evidence. If Obi has produced even their mother, these judges, if their mother and their parents and their children and their family members were to be evidence, trust me, if Obi has produced it, they will still require say that Obi did not produce even their great grandparents that have died. They will still tell us so. So to tell us that it's not about the evidence, it's not about whether the Obi lawyers did their job or not. They did fantastic job. They provided more than enough evidence that even the deaf can hear if those evidence were to have mouth to speak. Of course they did. And the blind could see them. But they decided they have already planned what they were going to do. And they went ahead and did that. And also that verdict have also shown us that the word that or the assumption that an Igbo man will never be a president in Nigeria, anybody that is still doubting that, well, it's okay. You could go ahead and continue to doubt that, like they say, everybody is entitled to their opinion, but not everybody is entitled to their facts. Okay? What a country that we are, that just to do the right thing has become almost impossible for those that are leading us. And why? Because some of us whom they are leading, because of the pecuniary gains, because of the peanuts, the crumbs that falls out from their table that they allow us to pick, we continue to support them because we are the one that continue to aid and abet these people. Tinubu never went physically to rig election, carry hijack ballot boxes on that day on February 25th. He never went to do that. Neither did Showolu went to do all these things that he did during his election in Lagos and other states. Wike didn't go there himself also, physically to go and carry ballot. They all do this thing through with the youths who agree and submit themselves to be used for just a mere pittance. Okay, and most of them, all the money they must have given them by now, those money they must have spent that money, and they are all suffering the impact of this administration already. Everybody is suffering it. So I don't know how long our people will continue to allow these evil men to continue to use us to destroy our country that God has so blessed immensely. that Nigeria have no reason to have any poor person in Nigeria if we have good governance, because we have the resources. I don't know if the list that Wike has made in Abuja of his predecessor of all the amount of money he has spent and the inflation of budgets and everything, if that is true. But if that is true, now see in Abuja alone how many billions and billions and billions that they are talking about of inflated contracts. That is only in one place, Federal Capital Territory. Then imagine other states. If they collect all the money, all the billions these people have stolen, in 1 year, in just 1 year alone, it's enough to run Nigeria. But we have crooks all over the places. And then we continue to support them because it pleases our own personal gain. And because this person is not from our tribe, the other one is from our tribe. Therefore, whatever the other person does, because it's from our tribe, it's okay. And yet we are still suffering the impact of that person's way of life. It is so sad. Now, going to that last video, I have seen that video. It's been floated. It's all over the social media. And the woman keep asking them, what have I done? Why are you clamping my car? Tell me what I have done. And I don't know. I can't see in anywhere in that video that they even told the woman, this is why we are doing this. That is the lawless society that we live. And trust me, that is just, all these are just a tip of the iceberg. You're going to see as many things that will continue to happen going forward. I don't know if they've not concluded Lagos court case too about for the gubernatorial election. As soon as that one, if that one is concluded and Sanwo-Olu is still returned like Tinubu has been returned, then I'm sure Sanwo-Olu will now have the 100% authority to unleash his mayhem on Lagos, especially those that the perceived enemy that did not vote for him. So it's going to be, everybody in Lagos should brace up for the worst, because it's not going to be, in fact, last year last year experience in Lagos will even be like you are in heaven compared to what is going to be for you, because Sanwo-Olu or whatever they call him knows that this is his last tenure. And these people are very vindictive. One thing about criminals being in power is that criminals are always vindictive. They don't think about the people, but they always think about themselves, how to vindicate, how to retaliate against a perceived enemy. That was why immediately Tinubu entered, this CBN governor became his first target. Because even during the election, he already said it, that he's working against him winning the election. So immediately he entered, that was why he had to, first of all, clip his wing, get him arrested. That is how criminals, that is how they rule. They rule by vindictiveness. It's really a shame. It's really a shame. Now, people in many forums, I've listened to this morning, some even say, Obi and LP actually did not make their petition well. They did not do this, and they did not bring enough evidence according to the judge. I said, wait a minute. Are these people Nigerians or are they from the moon? What other evidence are they looking for? What other evidence? Okay, forget about the election, forget about the votings and everything. What about the other aspects of this same man that were brought before them for hearing? What about his criminal record? What about his double citizenship? In fact, as a matter of fact, it's even 3 citizenship that he holds. Because the person that attended, the person whose name the university, right? The university record in Chicago is a citizen of the baller in that is a citizen of United States. So if you even look at it, this man has 3 citizenship, and all of them he lied against it. He lied about it. So those ones are not anything to disqualify him about, right? They are not anything to disqualify him. Not to talk about his narcotic criminal history, or the presentation of fraudulent NYSC certificate, which he obtained NYSC certificate even when that was not required at that time, that's exemption list. So there's so many things. There's so many things. So anybody that is saying that Obi did not present enough evidence, that person is just one of these people. They're one of these agents they are sending around now to bring to model up facts and to bring that for people to second guess their feeling about the whole thing. I think that is part of their game plan. That is part of how they are trying to see that they're able to penetrate into the heart of the gullibles, to begin to second guess their opinion or their feelings, and to say, wait a minute, probably this man really won, or probably Obi didn't win, because it's true, maybe he didn't present enough evidence, maybe what INEC declaration is okay. That is their game plan. That is just a mind game they're trying to play on us. And then also some people saying, oh, why would they go to the court? They shouldn't go to the Supreme Court. They shouldn't appeal. Are you kidding me? They should go and appeal immediately. They should go and appeal. Sometimes people raise an alarm in a certain situation, not because they really want to get victory or something like that, but they want the world to hear them that yes, when this particular thing happened, I raised an alarm. I did speak out, okay? But Obi should go to the Supreme Court, should appeal. Let us exhaust every legal system in the land, even when we know that everywhere is corrupt. But
exactly, that is my stand as well. Yes.
Yeah, so that tomorrow the Supreme Court will not say, why didn't he come to us?
Exactly.
I mean, he can't blame us because he didn't come to us. If he had brought it to us, we would have done our own part, because we are Supreme Court. We do our own part, and the judicial panel is their own. That's another segment of the legal system. So if he didn't come, so he can't blame us because he didn't come to us. Because this is Nigeria. It's a criminal enterprise. They will definitely say this at the end of the day if Obi didn't go. So he should go there, 100%. He should go there. So that at the end of the day, it will be on record. It will be on record that he has exhausted every legal means in Nigeria to seek redress to this injustice and daylight robbery of the people's mandate. It's okay. So anybody that is saying otherwise, that person is simply one of these agents that they are planting everywhere to go and disabuse people's mind. Remember, this was how they started also. Immediately they said, if you don't like it, go to the court. And immediately he said, okay, I will see you people in court. They now say, oh, you shouldn't go to court. I shouldn't go to court. Well, go and withdraw. This was how they started. They started some months ago when Peter Obi told them he was going to court, in response to their injunction or to their command. Okay, if you don't like that you lost the election, if you don't like it, go to court. So he should go to the Supreme Court. We support it 100%. While I continue to encourage everybody to please look into very well what this man, Amechi has simply given us the recipe. Please, everybody that's hearing my voice, Amechi has given us the recipe. No matter how we wail and cry in our little corner, the fact remains that except we stone this, that's what Amechi said, it's not from me. He said because why they continue to steal from us is because we have not challenged them. We have not stoned them. And all over the world, everywhere people have gotten, nations, our people have gotten victory from the oppressive leadership in every country. It has always been people rising up and challenging the status quo and challenging the people that have been, that have put them down. No slave master can wake up one day and say to my slave, please, okay, I know you have been a good servant. Rise up, okay, you go in peace. I give you everything. I give you everything that you are supposed to benefit. I am giving it to you. You can now go. A slave that is benefiting from rising up and telling that person to go, I don't know, maybe somebody can correct me. I've never read it in any history or in any book in the world. Maybe somebody have, and that person is right to challenge me, to tell me, Jude, you are wrong. No slave master has ever woken up one day and say, go in peace. No, until that slave will realize and say, no, I can't take this no more. Why are you treating me like this? then they will, it's either they negotiate and the slave will live peacefully, or the slave will,
Evening.
for his freedom.
Can I interject?
Yes, go ahead.
Can I interject? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just want to confirm what you are saying. That no slave can just wake up, slave master, and say, "Oh, hey, my slave, you have been so good to me. Oh, you have served me enough now, so I can give you freedom." They have to fight for it. Yeah,
We have to
but
fight for it.
that will, yes, but that will first need the slave. The slave, the person that is being enslaved, to know that, oh, I've been used here as a slave. Until Nigerians understand that they have become slaves in their own country by the same people that they are supposed to own everything 100%. Yeah? Until Nigerians wake up to know that they are going nowhere. That's what I want to say. What you are saying, I agree with you. But
That
Nigerians
is
have,
the truth.
it has to dawn on them. It has to dawn on Nigerians that,
exactly.
This is, the Bible said King David was on the throne for many, many years. He didn't even realize he was a king until it dawned on him one day that, really, I am the king of this clown. So, so that is the knowing, the consciousness, subconsciously and consciously, consciousness that Nigerians have to possess for them to take yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
Thank
you.
Can I interject?
Oh, somebody wanted to. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for that submission. But also, we must understand that whoever is held as slave must also come to realize that they are not slaves. Because in this context, Nigerians are not slaves, but these guys are trying to enslave them. So Nigerians must come to realize that we should not be a slave in our own country. So when they come to that realization that this Commonwealth, the oil, the bitumen, the gold, the coal, everything belongs to all of us all. The seaport in our father, the Tifnumbu gate to China, belongs to all of us. That Tunumbu and Mr. Judin are they are heritage of these properties, and not one becoming a slave to the other. Then we have, and I think that was what I was saying yesterday when I was giving my submission. Now you see that it's coming to the lawyers now, telling the judges, the thief judges, that it starts from my own lawyer, telling them that with what the judges are doing, it will come to a time when the people seeking justice will no more go to the jurisprudence to go and look for justice, but to revolt and go to under means. Now, Mike Ozekhome backed that up by a video that he did yesterday, that when you push the people to a certain point, they are going to react. Now, that is now Mike Ozekhome speaking like a Nigerian, but not a lawyer now to Atiku. He is now speaking like a Nigerian now. So he said, leave the fact that I'm a counsel to Atiku. No, but I am now also a lawyer in a Nigerian from Edo State. And so if you push us to a point, everyone is going to react and you will not like it. I like how the whole thing is playing out. My principal is going to Supreme Court. Well and good. But Nigerians should pay attention. Like Mr. Julian said, Amechi has given you a pointer. Mike Ozekhome has given you a pointer. Our own lawyer also gave you a pointer. It is now left for us after Supreme Court. And that was my statement some 3 days ago about saying pulling the trigger. That trigger that I said was the kind of the trigger that Mike Ozekhome said now. That when you push the people to a certain point, now they will react against you. They will revolt against you. That is what I was making reference to some 3 days ago.
Okay, let me round up, and I don't know if I still have some time, but you see, some
Mr. Judy, sorry, before you move on, let me quickly comment to what Mother Patricia said, including you, and give us a mandate. If I have to add to that, what Mother Patricia was saying, I agree with her 100%. And I also agree with Mr. Judin as well, because Mother Patricia came from a different angle. And I'm only going to add to what Givers Ahmad have said. You must first recognize that you've been categorized as a slave or used as a slave for you to deny that you are not a slave. I don't know if that makes sense. It's just like somebody trying to use you. You went on by telling the person, say, do I look like a fool to you? That means you recognize that the person is trying to use you as a fool. That's why you see the commonly saying that we normally say that, do I look like a fool to you? Do I look like Oswald to you? That means you recognize this person is trying to take you as a fool. So Nigerians must recognize that these people is taking us as a slave, as a fool, even though we know that we are not a slave. Once you recognize that, you will be able to fight back. That no, you'll be able to rebuke it. But at this moment now, to come back to what Mother Patricia said, many Nigerians still not yet noticed or recognize that they are slaves. When you say this kind of thing, they will argue it. No, not be like that. Not be like that. Nigeria will go better one day. Nigeria will be better one day. This kind of categories, they are not aware that they are slaves. So for me to round this up, you must recognize the level someone put you on for you either to accept it or reject it. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jude.
Yeah, you see, like what you have just said now, and what my sister has also said. First, you can't cure a sickness without first of all diagnosing it, recognizing that this is my problem. And in medical terms, for some of us in medical field, there was always a saying that a good prognosis equal to good treatment or something like that. And first of all, you have to diagnose a problem before you can tackle it. And the reason why, in fairness to our people, especially the youth, many of them that were born from 1990 down, 1990 down to this period, have not actually experienced anything good about Nigeria. So they don't have any reference point. They don't have anything, even my generation, some of us that were born in the 60s, even I grew up, yeah, the only thing I could say we really enjoyed, in my early days as a child or as a teenager, was at least Nigeria. You could travel anywhere, even in the midnight without fear. I remember people, night buses going from east to Lagos or Lagos to east. Many people do follow night buses and they travel without any fear. The roads are there, the roads are free, no armed robber, except few incidences of robbery, very few in those days. And in those days, you have water, pipe-borne water in almost everywhere, even along the street. If you're walking along the street, I remember in Delta State, while I was growing as a child in primary school and secondary school, you could be walking along the street, you feel you are thirsty, you just quickly, run to the next pipe-borne water along the road or street, and then drink water and continue to move. These things were there that day. That was Nigeria. But do we have pipe-borne water anymore in Nigeria? No. All these things have been destroyed. The roads then were tarred, strong, solid roads, even if they were not wide, but the ones we had there were very beautifully tarred. They hardly go wrong, get potholes. Even when they do, they are fixed immediately. That was Nigeria. And when we were in schools, in universities in those days, as bad as we felt it was then, compare it to what it is now, man, it's a far cry. So they don't even know. They have never experienced any good life in Nigeria. So that is why it's difficult for them to understand when people like us, especially those that are in diaspora, are telling them, these people are shortchanging you. These people don't mean well to you. These people are your enemy. They are evil. They find it hard to understand because they have never seen a good governance before. They have never experienced it before. So they don't know, they don't have any reference point. They don't know that in a country like Nigeria, no individual is supposed to own oil wells because these are resources of the people. They don't know. Many of us don't even know that it's only in a corrupt society will somebody say they allocate our common good, our common wealth to themselves. Anybody in politics, those are the first things they begin to allocate. Like now, if you go to Abuja, all those ministers, and I'm sure by now, Wike would have been sharing so many, choice plot of lands to his cronies and to people. All these places he said is destroying because they are not in the original plan, and destroying and displacing people, poor people who are living there. I'm sure at the end of the day, trust me, in the next few years, you will see that those places have been reallocated. And if you find out who owns them, it will be part of their cronies who have been helping them in doing their dirty work. Is that the society we continue to live? So the people we have in Nigeria, especially when people in diaspora are talking to you, we are not talking to you to despise you. We are telling you that these people are shortchanging you. A governor coming to build one useless bridge, and you begin to praise him or her and say, they tarred the road. Look at the bridge he built. First of all, ask how much has he received throughout 1 year? And how much has he spent? If he had received 500 billion, for instance, the state have received 500 billion allocation from federal, and he has only spent 100 billion, then what about the remaining 400 billion? So you can't praise him. There has to be accountability. Until we begin to stone them according to this man, we'll continue to be in the same situation year in and year out. And one day we'll think that one day magically Nigeria will be transformed, Nigeria will be well. We must be dreaming. I pray God will help us to wake up, at least like the same way the prodigal son, despite all he has committed, he woke up one day and said, you know what? My father is rich. Why must I continue to feed with the swine? Why must I continue to be in this dilapidated situation? I will arise and go back to my father and ask him, please forgive me. And what happened when he went? His father immediately forgave him, and he begin to restore back his former position. We have to arise. We have to recognize. Until you recognize that these people are shortchanging you, you cannot fight them. All we will continue to do, like we have always been doing, is to continue to shift, to adjust to their wicked and oppressive policies and regime. And that won't get us anywhere. Many people are going out of the country to other countries. I'm sure those who left last year, if you have opportunity to ask them how far, I'm sure they will have stories to tell you that the fact that it's not really as rosy as you think it is when they were living. They will tell you. So going out is not an option. People, most of us that are here, we want to come back to our fatherland, as in ASAP, because we know it will be better there. But we can't come back in a situation that is so corrupt, so evil, that the leaders that are supposed to provide succor through their leadership and policies are the one rather killing us. I don't know if we are aware that Tinubu, for this period, how many months have he spent now? Tinubu has borrowed, his administration has borrowed over $500 billion. And if you ask, what has he done with all those money? Majority of those money, the bulk of those money are the money he used in bribing all these judges, increasing salary, bogus salary for themselves in leadership, and so on and so forth. None of them has gone into repair, fixing our dilapidated infrastructures, hospitals, roads, schools, and so on. Look at investment, the kind of investment we put in our education, and then we expect Nigeria to be well tomorrow. If you want your country to progress, you have to invest massively in your young children in education. But look at the investment in education in Nigeria. It's not even anything compared to the money that Wike alone spent during this election, or Tinubu spending during this election. For a whole country education. And so me, I use my case. We have to wake up, otherwise we'll continue to, like a rolling door, revolving door, year in and year out, to continue to say the same thing. And then while our life while we continue to waste we see our life, being wasted before our eyes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, my
Thank
brother.
you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Elvis, I'm here
David.
now. If you want me to speak.
Okay, just go ahead. I wanted to call you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis, for doing this again. Thank you so much. Good evening to you, and then to the panelists, depending on your time zone. Greetings to everyone. Thank you everyone for coming out. We are, and the people on comment section, greetings, and the women in Nigerians listening to us all over the world. We are here again, and we'll continue to do this. We have people on ground that went out on Wednesday after the tribunal thing was said and all that. Both on ground, everywhere we have people, and we are stuck with our principal, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi. One thing that I've come to realize is the fact that sometimes I personally want to throw in the towel after tribunal, but I come to realize that you just have to go through the end of the old process to now decide what you want to do. But the reason I'm glad, honestly, is the fact that people like Michael Ozekhome now speaking as a Nigerian. That gives me joy. It gladdens my heart. People like our own man spoke after the tribunal, and he said, with all respect and due sense of responsibility, it will come to a time when the jurisprudence push the people, they will now begin to seek, and that means to get justice, because what was delivered was a judgment and not justice. I like that. Now these guys are coming, they are now coming to speak as Nigerians, even though they are counsels to either Mr. Peter Gregory Obi or Atiku. They are now speaking as Nigerians, which gives me joy. That means it's touching. Everybody is now feeling it. I like it. I enjoy it. Let's go to, I thank my principal with all humility, with all respect, for him to say, let's go to Supreme Court. Now, what happened at the tribunal, like I cite here, and like you should say, is that let's open the cloth on the masquerade and see who is really behind the masquerade. That was done at the tribunal. Now, let's go to Supreme Court and see if truly the rottenness in our judiciary is true or is false. The tribunal, they prove it that our judiciary is rotten. Because if you look at what Samani said, all that he gave as a judgment was on his own opinion. None was done or inched on our constitution. Abuja, do you now realize that? Have you guys been told that we now have 37 states in Nigeria, but only one of them not having a governor, an house of rep, and local governments? Nigerians understand. Tsunami told you on Wednesday that you have 37 states in Nigeria. So if you go to school on Monday and you see anybody reading state and capital, you ask them the state and the state in Nigeria, just tell them, oh, keep quiet. Tsunami said we have 37 states in Nigeria, only one of them not having governor, house of rep, and then not having local government, but we have 37 states in Nigeria. That was what Tsunami said. The last time I checked, we have 36 states in Nigeria with a federal capital territory. Abuja is a territory and not a state. The last time I checked, only Tinubu was declared as a president without winning Abuja. So whatever they are saying on social media with the states, with their start saying handle on Twitter is a false. Only Tinubu became a president without winning Abuja. There is a precedent already in Supreme Court about Abuja. You cannot be the president of Nigeria without winning 25% vote in FCT. But Tsunami, Bolaji, and Ugo and others said that Abuja is now a state without a governor and House of Rep members. Don't be surprised when you pick up Tsunami and you ask him, present me your certificate. It may be like one of those lawyers in the north that were said some weeks ago or months ago that they don't have educational qualification. So therefore, they need to go and write either WAEC, GCE, regain admission, and then they can now, before they can practice as lawyer. You see how rotten the system is. Do you now realize that the guy that they now declare as vice president is the head of the Boko Haram? Atiku has proved it, that Chibok was supervised under Shetima. Shetima was the one that inspired the Chibok invasion of those girls. Nigerians, do you now, has it now been proved to you that the one that was declared as your vice president is the head of Boko Haram? That was what Tsunami did. Tsunami told you that Shittyman and Tifnumbu, they did not intentionally presented a double nomination. I have not seen, maybe in Okwekwe, on Orion Junction, a thief we call you and say, oh, Mr. Edigi, I am coming to your house, so, and this is my intention. No thief will announce their intention. Also, Tsunami has proved now, all over the world, we know that in law, there's no ignorance. But Tsunami told us now that in law, there can be ignorance. That was what Tsunami, Bolaji, and Ugu and others did. Tsunami also told us that it wasn't Tunumbu's money, it wasn't Tunumbu that committed crime. It was the money that was in Tunumbu's account. Maybe, for example, Mr. Juden lives in the United States. Maybe he has a Bank of America account and he kept $460,000 in his account. Mr. Juden's money in his Bank of America account can grow wings and legs. Go and carry drug and go back into his account. It was Mr. Juden's money that committed the crime and not Mr. Juden. That was what Tsunami told us. Has it been clear to you now that the shenanigan and the arrogance of the judges just proved to us that they are the extension of the lawyers to Tunumbu? They didn't serve justice, they only declared judgment. But let's go to the Supreme Court and let's go see if Ariwola, let's go hear what he will tell us. Now, about APCs saying that our principal should not go to Supreme Court, Mr. Juden just gave a wonderful submission. When after the election, our principal said we are going to court, a lot of them came out and said, why is he going to court? Let him go and drop his case. Let him work together with Tunumbu. I have not seen where light and darkness can work or coexist. Peter Obi is too a saint to work with Tunumbu. Tunumbu is rotten. His drug case, only him got exemption when NYSC have not started giving exemption. Only Tunumbu also got call-up letter. Tunumbu is the only one that went to school as a male, as a female, came out as a male. Maybe it's an hermaphrodite, I don't know. But maybe Ariwola will prove it to us that the man that you are seeing, Tunumbu, we forget to tell you guys now that Tunumbu is a man, is a woman. So for that reason, he didn't know. He should have told you guys that he was a female. Tunumbu also lied. Tunumbu committed perjury. Let's go to Supreme Court, which is the apex of our courts in Nigeria, to either go and disgrace, for them to go and disgrace themselves more, or they want to revert and listen to Mike Ozekhome. Do you guys pay attention when the whole thing started in court on Wednesday? The professor of law, Honorable Mike Ozekhome, you see how he was looking at the judges like you see a student of law talking to the professor of law. I have not seen where a student of law will sit down as a judge and then talking to the professor of law. But somebody just made a good revelation today that most of those judges, those people that end up on the bench as judges, are the people that are employed by these government guys to be their lawyer. At least Olanipeku's case has proved it. And then there's this other guy that Tinubu has made is he the Attorney General of the Federation now? He was a lawyer to Tinubu. All of a sudden now they are making them either a judge or they are giving them the highest position because they are rotten lawyers backing these thieves and hoodlums. So don't be surprised that Samani, Ugo, and Bolaji and the others, they end up on the bench because they were once lawyers for these drug dealers, these pie human beings. So they will also, it's like a quid pro quo. You rub my back, I rub your back. That was how those guys end up on the bench. If you follow the process, those guys will never smell the bench in the next 20 years. People like Mike Ozekhome.
Give us a mandate.
Olise Abakoba. Yes, ma'am.
Give us a mandate. I'm laughing here. I'm laughing because of Olanipekun. Olanipekun that you mentioned. That was the same one that claimed not claim. He proved he was a pig that rubbed himself on the mud. Poto, by saying that if your passport expires, your citizenship expires.
As expired. I mean, so you see that? You see that? That means now, maybe you live in, maybe for example, okay, like Mr. Edigi now, he lives in the UK, and his passport expire. That means the UK police, they can easily pick as Mr. Edigi, your passport has expired, so you are no more a citizen. You are no more a citizen. So what are we saying? And these are people's father. These are lawyers that will end up on the bench. Is it not clear to you why Mike Ozekhome said what he said? Because he knows, as a professor of law, that those guys, what they deliver as judgment, it's not judgment and it's not justice. Samani said everything that Samani did was based on his opinion, not on our constitution. Because he said, let's jettison Abuja. Now, like we are on this panel now, if we ask how many of us on this panel, you will say, Mr. Elvis, give us our mandate. Dr. CM, maybe Black Panther, maybe Mr. Judin, and Mr. Alice. And Mr. Alice. And Mr. Alice. 25% in 24 states and Federal Capital Territory. But Samani said, you know what? Let's not even talk about that one. Let's not talk about that one. Where you already have a precedence. Is it not clear to you? Is it clear to you? Is it clear to you why these Agbadorians, why these crumbs eaters and ass lickers, the Abubaku of Lagos, why they will go from one platform to another to go and spill nonsense? Now they are saying Peter Obi should not go to Supreme Court. I don't believe in their words. Don't be carried around with their words. Their words don't hold water. You forget that they said, they came out and told us that Ugo, the judge Ugo was the judge that said, oh, the Ugo came and said, they want to bribe me, oh, they want to bribe me, oh. Me, I don't want to collect bribe, oh. After everything said and done, did Ugo not collect $5 million allegedly? Did Samani not get $7 million allegedly? My brother and sister, we have seen these guys enough. Whatever they say now, don't take their words. Let's just keep our own focus and keep moving. We are going to Supreme Court. I mean, it was Ugo that they say there's this judge, his name is Judge Ugo. He said they want to bribe him, and he doesn't want to collect bribe. He wants to leave the bench, and people are being carried around and say, Ugo, don't leave the bench, oh, Ugo, don't collect bribe, oh. All of a sudden, we now heard that Ugo got $5 million. But the $5 million, can it save your generation? Can it buy your conscience? Can it save your family? The $5 million that you can get one sickness today, and the $5 million will not be enough to even treat you. Is that how you want to end your own generation? It is now clear to us. We now know the families. We know the generation of people and the nation of people in our nation that is bringing us down. It's also clear to us that we know the people that want this nation to get better. People like Mr. Elvis Edigin. Since last year, we are still here, standing for the truth. But the family of Samani, the family of Ugo, the family of Bolaji, that is if they have families at all, and others. We know the ones that are destroying our country. People are saying the West have influence, the West have influence. But they said the death, if the outside death cannot kill you, if the inside death will not kill you. It is a thief inside that will show the thief outside, oh, how to come inside the house. That is what is happening. If our own people did not sell us cheap to the West will not. Do you see what is happening in Niger now? Niger, their uranium used to be about 83 cents. France will buy uranium 83 cents, but in the world market price is about 200 and something pounds or euro. Now, Niger, they now peg their uranium to the world market price, and France will be suffering now. So it is our own people that are our own problem. And I thank barrister and professor of law Mike Ozekhome for what he said. That means now they are now speaking as a concerned Nigerians and not as lawyers anymore. So we need to arise. These guys will not be cracked easily, and our principal said it. To drive away these thieves, we must do what their guy told us. Amechi, we need to go and look for good stones, good smooth stones, and do what Amechi told us to do. That until we stone them, they will not change. Nigerians, my question to you is, when will you start? When are we going to buy granite to begin to now decide how to stone these guys? Because we have a nation to build and we have a future to secure. Our children cannot serve the children of these looters and human beings. Is it now clear to you how the Odili family they got on the bench? What they are doing in Lagos State are just now shown to us that I can live here now and go to Lagos State and then begin to clamp people's car. And they ask me, say, Tinubu now. Everybody now in Lagos has now become Chief Numbu. They can clamp people's car with somebody park in the parking lot, and you go and clamp their car without breaking any law, without committing any offense. I mean, I thank God for that lady that they didn't Rofandula. I just thank God. I bless God for that lady that she was not maltreated. Do you know that some 3 days ago, maybe I will use allegedly here, a DSS operative brought somebody down in Abuja. Why? Because maybe the girlfriend of the DSS took clothes to that tailor in Abuja, and maybe they have a delay, and the guy was explaining, or maybe they got into argument. Now, so that then they bring that guy down. Oh, DSS, just because somebody took their clothes to a tailor, and the customer have a DSS as a family, and they have to bring down the tailor because this one no DSS, this one ordinary tailor now who know him, he don't know anybody, so they brought him down. My people, in Lagos State now, there's an alleged issue going on. A young boy's intestine being stolen in the hospital. We just been showed kidney harvesting. We need to understand, and I'm talking to the Yorubas, the ass lickers and the crumbs eaters, the Awako of Lagos. You better give yourself brain. This one that you see how Lagos became under Tinubu. Has it been better for you and your family? Is it getting better for you? You see what Lagos has become? Tinubu virtually own, if not half of Lagos State. The house in Bodilon belongs to Lagos State. Tinubu colobid it. In the next 2 years or 3 years, you may not know Nigeria again. These guys are not ready to serve you as a people. They are just for themselves. Mr. Junior just another revelation how much Numbu has borrowed in the few days is in office. And at least if you borrow money, you should feel the impact of that money. You are not feeling the impact, and they are not telling you how they are spending that money. Allegedly, Tinubu spent over 1.3 something, 1.3 plus trillion during this election that he gave to the northern governors just to make sure that he gets to where he wants to get to. Allegedly, the guy is going to recoup his money back if we don't do what we have to do and throw him where he belongs. He's going to recoup his money back. All those money he spent for the election, including drug money and the one that he stole in Lagos State, he's going to recover them back. Are you aware, allegedly, that Ohando, owned by Tinubu, has bought a Jeep? More to come. Nigerians, don't be slaves in your own country until you realize that you are not a slave. These guys will continue to ride on you. We need to take the bull by the horn. And Meshi has given us a pointer. Until Nigeria starts stoning them, they will not change. Are we going to stone them, or we allow them to continue to use us? Nigerians, are you going to stone them? What are you going to do to them? Will you fold your arms and remain like this? This whole thing should not be had in our I mean, I don't know where these judges, but it's just an evidence that the judgment they delivered was a judgment and not justice, because Peter Obi won the election. When you hear Aisha talks about flooding the judiciary with overwhelming evidence, Mr. Judin, let's not let anybody deceive us. And like one of them came here yesterday, he was coming to spill nonsense, and we quickly send him away from this platform because we have overwhelming evidence. I mean, we have overwhelming evidence. The judges were in Nigeria during the election. They had what happened in Lagos State. They had the story of 18 people died. European Union gave their own observation of the election. Do you see what the judges did to the observation of European Union? So European Union, all of a sudden, their report is no more authentic, or no. You see these judges from Peter Obi just unleashing on Peter Obi like as if he stole their wife or their children. But it's an evidence to show that they want to spill nonsense. We will not allow them. We will not give their lies. Let's not give their lies mileage. They want to tell Nigerians lies. But Nigerians, we'll follow our principle to the Supreme Court. Let's see what will happen. But like I said, all obedient lawyers, please, you have gotten a certified true copy. Make sure, sir, that the copy you got, go and play the tribunal judgment again. Make sure that those things, they align word by word, line by line, because these guys, they cannot be trusted. Whatever APC, Tinubu, Tsunami, Shittyman, Bolaji, Ugo, whatever they cannot forge does not exist. Please read the case carefully, match it with what you listen to the case, and match it to what you have as the hard copy. Make sure that everything corresponds, and let's decide.
Sorry, can I interject briefly?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, is it the certified copy, right? Atiku has kind of making a case on it that why should Tinubu's inscription or insignia be on the certified copy? Why is Tinubu legal team part of the judicial panel? Why would they have to write this thing with their insignia? Okay,
Mr. Julian, that's why I'm telling our lawyers, make sure, regardless of the hours it will take you, from when they start the judgment with the APM case, from the 00 minutes, till the end of that recording, please, sirs, make sure that you listen, and then as you are listening, you are matching it line by line with what they deliver as judgment. That Tunumbu is inscription on is judge that it is now evident that this judgment was written for these judges, because
That's
even on
right.
that
Handed
day,
over to them.
even on that day, you could hear, maybe it was Ugo or Bolaji, one of them asking, "Oh, what is this? What is this? What is this?" If you hear it, so they should make sure.
Thank you.
And when Peter B said, "Let's go to Supreme Court," we just want to continue to show the kind of worms that we have in our system.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much, Mr. Elvis. God bless you for all that you do. I will tell you again, you don't know what you are doing now, but history. Mr. Alex could talk about Bessie Dausa and some other great Nigerians, because history
Okay.
did not forget them. You don't know, but your grandchildren, they will hear your name one day and say, "Oh, that's my grandpa that they are talking about." Thank you very much. God bless you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for your wonderful submission. Let me take some calls, guys. Everybody stay mute. I want to take at least 5 calls, because a lot of you be calling in. The first 5, I'm going to pick your call. I already have one here with me. Madam Joy, thank you very much for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. 2 minutes.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Well-meaning Nigerians, obedient nation, Niger Watch family, citizens, journalists, intellectuals, influential people. Mr. Niger Watch, thank you. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
I have something to add to what we have been discussing, and constitution. I want to shift it in one angle, and that angle I'm going to move it a little bit away. The word constitution comes from the word constitute. It means a makeup, a form, or comprising of all of that. Then when you go to constitution, it now becomes the legal, fundamental principle, all of that. But where I want to nail it is on, when you talk about constitution, what the people is one of the issues that we upright people, well-meaning people have, is that we kind of swap positions with the evil people. When they say, I'm coming with, knife, or you be, he can't do it. He say, I'm going to do this, or he say, you use your position as a well-meaning person to excuse the evil the person is doing. That is what is going on, because they are constitute. What do these people constitute of? Let me use example. Let me use my principal, Mr. Peter Obi, Gregory Obi. He said to you, go and verify. He has character. He has competence. He has integrity. When he says to you, his yes is his yes. His age has been verified. His origin has been verified. His integrity verified. Capacity, you go to where he governed. Character, his certificate is verified. Now you come to this, you now flip it to these people. Now let me remove their principle aside. These somebody made a very, I think it is that comment that made me come up and say, let me say something. Somebody that came out from, that was a lawyer to a criminal, and the criminal promoted him to a judge. What do you expect that person? What kind of judgment do you expect? Hello? That is why we are here. The people that went to their abracadabra school, Oluwole University, what do you expect them to do? So we have rotten lawyers backing up thieves. Later they get promoted to level of judges. And now they are rendering judge what? They are going to render whatever according to who they are. So what I want us to I need to also shift it to us back to tell us that we are here every day, not ready to back down, because we have made up our mind that this fight must continue, because we have seen the writing. Thank God for, a few thousand of us. I'm so confident in, I have never been more proud of Nigerians that are now counting in thousands. Before it was like 4 people, but now we are more. We'll keep talking. We'll keep making our voices heard. We keep educating ourselves. We keep researching. We keep asking ourselves, what can I do? Mr. Niger Watch, your antecedent, your constituent, as I always say, resilient, tenacious, courageous, integrity, consistent. You've been here for, so we are here. We are going to get results. So let nobody have any doubts in their mind that we are not going to get this done. Because now let me tell us, I'm trying to say this to say that the people that have hijacked all that we own, including our inheritance. People, how do you imagine in your mind that these people are going to hand over these oil wells, hand over the Zamfara gold? There was one place they showed there's like a mass field. They are digging out golds. Evil people, wicked in their hearts. How does it come to our imagination that they're going to just hand it out? They have met their match. Because all of us, there are thousands all over. There's going to be more Mr. Niger Watch. There's going to be more David Hunde. There is a lot more students of Mr. Peter Obi who are ready to stand for uprightness. And I say, let's keep going. I say, everybody, tighten up your belt. Whatever you know to do, there is something inside of you. Build it as a framework. Make a blueprint out of it. Write a template for it and keep adding and removing until you get at that fine thing, that sling that you're going to throw that is going to bring these giants down. Begin to make your logics and models. We are going somewhere. I encourage everybody. Maybe that's all I have to do. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mother Joy. God bless you. Thank you. All right. I can see more people trying to call in. I'm returning some calls back. Only 5 I'm going to take. If I call you, don't pick your time, I'll move on to the next person. Okay. Love of God is my strength. Whenever I call you back, you don't pick your time, unfortunately. Let's move on to the next person. Okay. You are not picking as well. Okay. Sorry. Okay. You've picked down. Okay, good. Hello here. Good evening to you. Your name, where are you calling us from?
Yeah, I'm calling from Houston, Texas. My name is Joseph.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'm really want to plead with my brothers and sisters on the panel and those watching and those on the comment section too. Please don't be very disappointed. We are really disappointed, but don't be overly disappointed. Let's wait out the rule of law to see what it does in the Supreme Court. And those of us that are very disgruntled about the judgments given, this is an indication that most of the people who call our elders have failed us. And the people that constitute those 5-man panel that rendered decision throwing away or jettisoning all away all the evidence proved in the court of law, I don't know what to tell you. It's a continuation of what happened with the INEC, who was supposed to give us a true certified copy of the documents requested by the political parties to continue their cases, but they reneged. And then now turn around to blame the petitioners that what they issued was not enough to prove any case. So that is baloney. What we should do is to remain calm and let the process of law take its course. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let the process of law take its course. Supreme Court will never forget what happened if our lawyers present the case very well, because there was a conspiracy. This is the fifth people that are petitioned against. The one, the INEC, Tinubu, APC, and now the Judiciary. They were part of the petition. See, they are all combined to formulate one policy, and their friend wrote the answers to them. I mean, the judgment for them. I wrote the judgment, and then if you think about it, they are always spewing out the same thing, the same pattern, with a little criticisms here and there. But by God's grace, we shall get our mandate. Let us keep hoping that the lawyers will do a wonderful job this time around. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
God bless
Go
you, sir.
ahead.
Thank you. All right, let's try Law of God is my strength again. Hello. Hello, thank you, madam. Good evening to you. Talk to us 2 minutes.
Yeah, now I be 2 minutes to Nigeria watch.
And 2
Now
minutes.
they give me time at all. I beg we can speak English. Broken, I beg.
If you need to come to the panel.
Good evening, everyone on the platform. Good evening, everyone in the comment section. You know, my brother just finished speaking. I respect your opinion, but I want to say something. Yes, we always say Nigeria, let us be calm, let us be calm. I understand. We've been calm for since 2009, 1990 up till now. The people they've been putting themselves in and putting themselves out. Me, I don't see anything like calming on. And I want to say one thing to all Nigerians: this is not the time to pray. And I'm sorry, I'm a strong believer, but my belief is in relationship with Christ. My belief is not returning back to anything. There's no need to pray. The Bible says that the kingdom of God suffereth violence, and the violent take it by force. This time around, if they do anyhow, they go see anyhow for court. So calm. We could not tell ourselves that thing. Every head when they now they boil up. We know they see. So calmness, you know, for Nigeria matter. Nigeria matter don't pound calmness. What they are doing to us now, it don't pass calmness. Now, how we go take our country back? We don't want calm. We won't follow them. Woto. Anything they won't give us for Supreme Court, we are ready for them. Let Supreme Court go look the case and look whether it is better for them. My brother give us a mandate. He spoke about that lady that they remove her son intestine in the hospital. Why is it that every hospital in Nigeria, any which you carry anybody go there, they have appendix? It was appendix they wanted to remove. Now they've gone now to remove that boy intestine. And if you see the boy, he looks like a punka fish. What is it, Nigeria? And we are saying that calm down. You don't pass to, even me, I know they want to hear my principal say calm down. As I did here, so I did well. So anybody will tell me calm down, I go vex well. And I don't get the strength to pray for anybody, because I don't go pray for demon. Now demon like they rule. Now they get the cosmo power ruling all over the world for their own self. So we are not coming down. Our eyes sharp well. We're ready for Supreme Court. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. God bless you. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, my people. I'll go back to the panel again. We can press on the like button, help us to share. Currently, our like, let me check, is on 285. We have over 600 watching us. Please press on the like button if you can hear me. We have 285. Let's take it out of there. I'm not saying a weekend, I'm not saying weekend. It be as they get. We know they see you for panel, we know they see you for comment section, so we know they see you like. Just put the devil to shame, press the like. God bless you. They know they do 289 now. 293. press on now. Ah, oh God, what you they think for? Make your press like fair they think first. Eh? Press on, then you go think later. eh? Press the like button, my people. God bless you all. Okay, let me call on Oga CM. Thank you very much, Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora. I can see you right there. Thank you, Mother Patricia. Thank you, Gal Wanlele. Patricia Enofe, my dear sister. I can see you, Juden. Oga Juden, what did they do for conversation? Eh? You did part, you see the conversation, only you. Desmond Beans, I can see you as well. Thank you very much, my wonderful people. Rosie Ayos, thank you, thank you. Mark Okunsei, I can see you as well. Kate, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Now God will bless you now. Press on the like button. You know, I say today and Saturday, nobody don't buy me coffee. But nevertheless, that's fine. Now Saturday, now we did. We bless it this Saturday. We're already stigmatizing it. And God, I will bless you all. Let me call on Oga CM. Oga CM, if you're ready, please speak to us. Sir. Oga CM, you know they there.
Good. Yeah, kilo na I day. Good evening, Niger Watch,
Thank you,
and
sir.
good evening, everybody. Okay, Juden Day herself. So, yes, I saw the headline you casted, or you
I beg, I'll
were
leave.
on screen.
I did here, but make una manage the platform for now. I beg, I did here. Thank
Okay,
you.
so what Ozekhome said. Well, is it really what Ozekhome or what people are really saying? Because when Nigerians react, nobody should be blamed. I mean, it's long overdue. The reaction, you don't think, and where we for done the react, it's not for people who want to take it easy, telling people calm down, let's exhaust the process. But definitely people will react unless Supreme Court decide in their infinite, they become wise to say, look, and resist the temptation of being bribed. If they should say bribe, we have to the truth. You see, the good about what surprises me sometimes about Nigerians is that people are willing to rationalize nonsense. Even if you give them shit, then they work the thing. They will still come up with a reason, say, the thing's sweet. Now those nonsense. How can people be supporting? Look at what judges, those that call them judges, did at the appeal court. Look at what they did. First, they didn't show their face. In Kenya, you saw them line up. CNN was even showing it. It's everywhere. They told the world that they are not corrupt and they gave the judgment for which today people respect Kenya. Now look at Nigeria. They hide them behind one curtain or somewhere. They show us the senior advocates way food the place. That's all. Or we just they hear like they are reading news over the radio. Even the thing they took them all how many hours. So what Ozekhome is saying, everybody is disappointed and they know the truth. Thank God, Professor Michael Ozekhome was one of the counsels, although to PDP. They presented the case. How could judges be saying Labour Party did not bring evidence? So all those boxes, all those boxes of paper, they packed there, state by state, are they all blank? There are figures there, and they made their case to tell you that this is the real result. Because now people are saying, yeah, but Nigerians are there. Nigerians, some of them have way more. Some are saying, why didn't they send the pulling? Don't they didn't they get their pulling agent result? But that is the reason why you have pulling agent in every pulling unit. You get your result, you forward it to the ward will collect it, forward it to the local government, from there to the state. That's what Labour Party did. That's why all those boxes of evidence, that's why they were generated and they tendered it. So are we not saying that the judges did not even touch it? I thought the essence of evidence is that it will be given to you, they tender it as evidence. So you, the judges, will now go through it and make a if it's not clear, maybe you seek for clarification, but you must go through the evidence and then understand what the evidence is all about. More so when the people presenting it must have spoken about it, must have spoken on it. Nigeria is just anyway. Well, the thing is, they've just conspired. They feel that they can keep Peter being the cooler, but what was Professor Zekome said will surely come to pass. Nigerians will should not blame Nigerians. That's one. Then the next thing is this what is it? APC is begging PDP and what is it? APC begs Atiku and they will be not to go to Supreme Court. These people say sometimes they feel that, as Farid Okuba will say, you think say you they're wise. They think they are wise. Why they are saying it is that because they bribe the Supreme Court so that when the thing pans out the way it did, and they should be tell them not to go, we beg them. It's a lie. It's a lie. They will all go there and exhaust that opportunity. But whether they like it or not, Nigeria has tanked. That's what they call tank. Nigeria has tanked. Tinubu will continue borrowing money. Nigeria cannot earn anything. They continue borrowing. But when you borrow money, they share. They borrow, they give to judges, they give to legislatures. They borrow, they give to this and that. This is nonsense. So I believe that Nigerians should, you know, they shouldn't lose hope. The Supreme Court should be of this. They should be able to review all these cases now. The case is quite clear. There are overwhelming evidence to show. I mean, I've never heard that somebody did double registration, which is against the electoral law, even the constitution, only for to say it wasn't enough. Where are they the people that committed the double registration? How could they have said that the offense committed by somebody, or even if it's a mistake made by somebody, is not intentional? What are they talking about? You see, that is when the judge becomes the jury, which is not why sometimes some people are some people may still argue that if you say Nigeria is the zoo or maybe something that is below the consciousness of an animal, they say you are insulting your country. But why? The law we made it electoral act was the Nigerian initiative. The constitution, imperfect as it is still Nigeria. Why cannot we obey our law? Why? We made the law 25% of the total vote cast in 2/3 of the states, 2/3 of 36, so 25% of the total vote cast in at least 24 states. Then you have to go to Abuja and score the same 25. It has been interpreted Buhari versus Obasanjo, and I think Buhari versus Yaradua. Every president, Obasanjo won at least 25, scored at least 25% in Abuja. Same for Goodluck Jonathan, same for Omar Musa Yaradua. Even the wicked Buhari that left, the same thing. So why should they come and tell me that the intention? This is a settled case. They say law is based on precedent. I agree. So in other words, if you decide something today beyond reasonable doubt, it should be adopted as a law. The law of the country is not just the constitution. It can be from legal from pronouncement from the court. It's also part of law. But the thing is that the constitution, unlike the constitution, is written down and it's for a particular purpose. So what they just done, I do not understand. But be that as it may, I expect that when they go to Supreme Court to save Nigeria, this is not a case of anything. Just then to save Nigeria, they had better allow people to be getting. Otherwise, Tinubu is an usurper. He will be battling with legitimacy problem, and without it, you can't govern well. Be as an illegitimate president, you can't govern well because there are some areas you may be fearing to trade because you are not popular. So you are just like somebody who came through the back door, like Peter Obi said, or through the window and volunteer to clean the house, which shouldn't be. So be that as it may, I support what Professor Michael Ozekhome said. Nobody should blame Nigerians when they react. And when are they going to react? Your guess is as good as mine. So whenever they do, nobody should blame them because they've taken so much. There are a lot of lies being peddled, so much so that even if you may even be thinking that now the perpetrator is now the victim, which shouldn't be. So the case is on and it must continue that way. Nigerians must react, and to me, I want it to be very soon, so that we tell the world that we can't put up with this nonsense anymore. those that want to live in a stone age or be being ruled by a drug baron, they should so indicate such that those of us who do not wish to be under the regime of a drug baron and a thief, a criminal, we can quietly renegotiate our way out of the union if they can remove him. So that is my take for this evening. Things are developing very fast. Other news items like what happens, maybe the girl, they said they took her intestine and then probably the kidney, everything due to one type of procedure operation they did. Nigeria has indeed gone to the dogs. There's no check and balances anymore. Everybody is looking for money. And what this implies is that before anybody will be subjected to surgery again, nearly the people will claim that they want to be there. Even if you sedate the person, they will say they will be in the theater until they finished. And if you finish, you sign that in future or wherever, he or she develops any further illness and is diagnosed to be as a result of the negligence or wickedness of the person who operated on the person earlier, then he should go in for life imprisonment without the option of jail or even, option of a fine or even parole. Nigeria should be serious, but this is a barbarism. It's not supposed to happen. I do not know why somebody, if the person is professionally qualified as a doctor, instead of you to do the job for which you should be proud and people will know you, all you did was to become a merchant and then start to do another thing. I yield here. Thank you. Yeah, Juden? I think I'm even. Is there nobody? Is there nobody here? Hello?
Yes. Thank you, Augustine. God bless you. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, Madam Patricia, do you wanted to say something?
Yes, I wanted to say what, based on the Mr. CN's submission on the doctors that have now become efficient parts, body parts patient, if we are listening or if we are following the trend, we should know that this Bill and Melinda Gates, they are already in Nigeria, and anywhere they are, you are supposed to know what is happening. They need all these different parts to do their vaccine, whatever the thing they are doing. So, and not long ago, we also had a video that was going viral about a doctor that also were in one of these their conference where it's not allegedly, because this was also aired everywhere. So where they said they have sold all organs, Nigerian organs, to these people. So I am not surprised that this is the new development with the medical sector, because this is what the so-called money waiting that they call them has come to offer Nigeria, the people that these dealers. So we are going to hear and see more of these things. All we need to do is to sensitize our people, inform, make them knowledgeable of these things, that no matter what is happening, they must not to trust anybody that is going to take care of them. If when it comes to operation, they must make sure they are there to make sure that what they said they are going to do is what they are going to do. If they say, oh no, you cannot be there, then take your person to somewhere else. That's what it should be. There's no two ways about it, because they are out there and this is their evil plan. And now they are even still talking about, I don't know if anybody here heard of it today, that the Oni of Ife was allowing whether or not vaccine for malaria. That's another way again of reducing population. So we have really lived it all our life, all our lives. My grandfather, my great grandfather, they lived with malaria. So why are you going to give us malaria now? To stop malaria. We have agbo, we have our medication, the things we will take when we are suffering of malaria. Malaria don't kill anybody in Nigeria that I know. So why are you giving us something that you inject in our body when we have the natural herb to cure it? And the Oni of Ife, I was in the news today, encouraging people that they should, this is what the rat, they should go. But I'm going to educate my people. Nobody should go and take any vaccine for malaria. We don't need it. You release a mosquito, they created this genetically modified mosquitoes. They are releasing it in different countries, saying that when the mosquito come in contact with the natural mosquitoes that God made, then they will intermerge somehow, and the one they created will kill will now neutralize the venom, malaria venom that is in the natural ones, and then of course the way they now when the mosquito now suck anybody, then there will not be any malaria. But that's it's a ploy, it's a trick, it's a deception. Nobody should fall for it. These people, they don't mean good. And the thing that is most painful to me is that the so-called leaders, or even traditional leaders, or even the so-called even religious leaders too, most of them, they don't have this knowledge. They don't. And it's a shame. Because you see, the glory of a people are the people. The more you are, the better you are. Nigeria is the most populous country in Africa. So these people that wants to depopulate people, do you think they are going to overlook you? No. We are a threat to them. And this is where my cry comes every day. Because the people that call themselves leaders, they are so ignorant of these facts that they are a target. So ignorant of this fact that they are a target. Opening their windows and their arms for people that's coming to reduce your population. So that's why what we are doing here is very important, sacrosanct. It's a must, that we need to pass out the right information to people in Nigeria so that they can make an informed decision. You know what it is for somebody to go to the hospital and come out with something else. You lose one organ, you lose the other one. Organ is not something that you can easily get in the market to buy. So how does that boy now live with no tester? So tell me. So we have to do more to sensitize our people. It's very crucial because this wicked satanic brigade is already in Nigeria. As we speak, there are 7 hospitals that they are building. They are building them all over there. What do you think they are going to be doing? Are they coming to heal you? No. Far be it. They are thieves. The thief already comes. The Bible says the thief comes to steal, to kill, and to destroy. That is their mission. Nobody is coming to look. Oh, now they cry every day for Nigeria. Cry. Now they cry for Nigeria because I can see what's coming. And the so-called dealers have kept the people in ignorance. But thank God for this channel, Mr. Elvis, and God will continue to give you more wisdom to know how to go about it, and also for this channel to go far and wide to where it is most needed. Because a lot of Nigerians need to know what's going on so that they can make an informed decision.
Thank you.
And if you want me to talk about, thank you. If you want me to talk about, I've not spoken since how many days now, only that first day that I just It's
That's
been
fine.
a it's been a it's been like a shame actually. I've been like, okay, it's not that I believe in them, but I was really thinking that this time they will do otherwise. I want to keep hope alive because a man without hope is hopeless. And hope is the substance of things hoped for. Faith is the substance of things hoped for. I want to keep faith also alive because every day going out from my house is by faith. A man that said they don't have faith is lying to himself. And there is no faith without hope, you know. So we must keep both alive. Keep it alive. Believe, still have faith because your faith will bet hope that it's still possible. It's still possible Nigeria can change. And it's not, look, Mr. Elvis, I know somebody was saying maybe it's not going to be your time, but listen, me, I'm saying it's in my time. If it's in my time, Mr. Elvis, then it must be in your time too. Yeah? It must be. Because if we look at what we have come together to do, this is something that has never happened. It means that this is the set time for that change. It is the set time. Look at how unanimous, we all have been. We looked above, we put away all our differences and voted for one man from the north to the south, from the east to the west. It has never ever happened. That means it is the set time for that change. And it will only happen, that change will only happen when we refuse to look at lying vanities. Look, all they came to do, the judgment they came to pass, is a lying vanity, it's a mirage. It's not real. It's not real. Believe me, it's not real. They are not in the place to give judgment. It's only God that gives judgment, and the judgment of God will come upon them swiftly. What God requires is justice, and we must get justice. No matter how corrupt, no matter how bad the situation is, at a point justice must come. Because God is a God of justice, and his throne is established in righteousness and justice. So that's what we're going to see. So I'm very supportive. That's why that day I was still saying we are winning. Shut up, we are winning. Yes, we are winning. We can't lose. We can't. They're saying we didn't come with enough evidence. Is that not a lie? Don't we all know that that's a lie? All the cartons and the what they call it, containers and containers of evidence that our principal brought. What were they for? Were they just for show? So these people, they have made a public shame and disgrace of themselves. They cover their face, and their face, may their face be always forever be covered. May their face be forever be covered. Nobody will remember them for any good thing. That's
Amen.
my prayer for them.
Amen. Say amen to that.
That's my prayer for them, because you can't, okay, you want to give, you say you want to do the right thing. Why are you hiding? You should have been bold enough to open your face. So as long as they cover their face are going to be covered forever.
My
That's
sister, the Bible said the righteous shall be as bold as the lion. If they are good,
yes,
they will cover their face. And
you
their face will
understand?
never cover the shame.
So we thank God. So we are winning. Let us all share up. Let us support our principal. There is no way they are going to get out of this. There's no way. All they came to do is just they just come to disgrace themselves the more. How can you tell me that Patricia and Patience went to a place? You said and doesn't matter. So Patience is also Patricia then, Abi. I beg. I don't want to talk now. Make we leave them. Make we dey look them. We will continue only just to the pump up the right information so that Nigerians can be educated, make the right decision, and be carried along. And realize, come to that knowing that they have been enslaved in their own country. Because it's only when that dawns in them individually, that's when the collective reaction will take place. So I would like to yield at this time. Thank you, Mr. Ellis, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Madam Patricia. God bless you. Appreciate you all. Madam Ame Bright, thanks very much for your super chat earlier on. God bless you. God bless you all right there. I can see Engineer Emmanuel Asemota with us. Thank you very much. Divine Cross, I can see you as well. Patience Osaseri, thank you. Good evening to you all, my people. All right, we're going to have a final submission right now so we can end the show. Oga Felix, are you there with us?
Adeya, my beloved brother. Good evening.
Thank you, my brother. Good evening to you. Happy weekend. I beg, talk to us.
I greet everybody. I greet all the panelists, comment section, our viewer worldwide. I don't have much to say. The only thing I have to say is for the Supreme Court to do their worst. Because me personally, I want them to do their worst. I cannot beg them to do the right thing. They should do their worst. If they want to save their name, if they don't want to save their name, Yoruba people say, "Wolo me, what do you concern me?" Doing the worst will make it easy to separate Nigeria. Since they don't want the unity, the tribunal don't want the unity of the country. That is why they did their worst. Supreme Court, we wanna do their worst. At least many people have said it before that if the judges decide to do the wrong thing in the tribunal, that it will be easy for revolution. They should do their worst. I don't have anything to say because all this pray. Who pray your help? Now prayer they do aeroplane. Now prayer they take build cars. Now prayer they manufacture everything where they do generator. Now prayer they do handsets, computers. They work for it. Freedom is not set, serve a la carte according to Mr. Keep the ground running. Hit the ground running. They should do their worst. We all are waiting. Like what our beloved brother said, Mr. Mike, when we react, they should not blame anybody. Because Nigerians that I know, they know how to excite patient. But when they are fed up, you can't stop them because you can never stop a movie train. We are waiting. We just decided to become a little bit for now to wait for the final decision of the Supreme Court. APC, they say they win election. They do all the mago what they do for tribunal. Say where they give them the winning. Why una come they beg? Make them not go Supreme Court. Just as one of the panelists said before, that they are trying to do this just like the way they did in the tribunal, that this one should withdraw a case, the other one should withdraw a case, so that by the time they now finish compromising all the judges over there, and they now rule the case in favor of them, we will not continue to say the same thing. They have been compromised, We don't get time to say compromise or not compromise again. We will not do our worst. Then wait for our reaction. Because we still have that opportunity to interpret everything, to review all the cases. That is why where meaningful Nigerians, obedient, are still calm. Even though our principal said, be calm, be calm, be calm. Assuming it was the Supreme Court that do all this mago the tribunal did. Oh, my man, you forget the rest way for don't happen. Let's keep our finger crossed. Get prepared. Fortify yourself. Anywhere you want to do one. Ahead of the interpretation from the Supreme. I guess that is all I have to say for now. I greet you, my beloved people. One love to everybody out there. Have a wonderful weekend.
Thank you very much, Oga Felix. Thank you very much. All right, let's have a final submission right now so we can end the show. I'm gonna come to let me see if Mr. Judin, are you still there with us for 5 minutes?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, sir. 5 minutes final submission. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, my brother. Well, like the last speaker now have said, I think we should make hashtag Supreme Court do your worst, because there's no need appealing to these fools. The more we appeal to them, the more they have that sense of they assume that sense of importance, you know. And what pains me most is that every time people say, "Oh, the judges or the court, they have the final interpretation, they do this." I mean, as if we the other Nigerians, as if we are all fools, as if we are all not educated. The fact that they are judges, they went to law school, does not make them more intelligent than some of us. In fact, as a matter of fact, most of them are not even as intelligent as some of us or other Nigerians. You know, it's just that it just happened that they went and did law and read law in school. And in fact, if you ask me, in my mind self, I will even request or demand that they should scrap off every legal department in any universities in Nigeria, because we don't know what use they are for us or to Nigerians. Because it's like it's like a breed of den of robbers, or people who are only waiting to get out of school to join the bandwagon and begin to steal and begin to pervert justice and begin to twist ordinary ends. They will now interpret it differently, because they feel that they have they are the sole authority to interpretation of law. Are they kidding me? These things are written in English. Even fools know that when the Constitution requires that for you to be a president, you are required to declare whether you have a double whether you have a dual citizenship or not. And the form you are asked to fill, you are supposed to report it there. And if you do, that means you are not qualified. That automatically excludes you. What legal interpretation do you need to understand that is just a straightforward thing? Do you need to be a lawyer with this wig they put on in their head, the wig of corruption, the wig of nepotism, the wig of bribery, the wig of senselessness that they put on in their head, and every time they look like fools that they are. In fact, I don't know what language to use to these people. Honestly, they should scrap the department of the law department in every university in Nigeria, so that we can't be spending our money training rogues that will end up coming out to become anti-progress, to be supporting drug addicts and drug barons to become president of Nigeria. And then we have hoodlums all over the place. Is Wike not a lawyer? Look at all the bunch of criminals even in the Senate and in the House. Most of them are lawyers. So what are we then saying? How many of them are actually upholding the Constitution of Nigeria?
My brother, sorry to interrupt.
A few of them.
Most of them are not lawyers. Most of them are liars.
Liars. Yes, it's not for the people like Gani and Ozekhome. Is it Ozekhome? Those are the only people you look at and you see. Gani have died now, but for this our brother Ozekhome, right? And some few other ones like him that we look at, and you have some little hope that at least we still have a few of them that still recognizes the law. Okay, that still oppose the law and are ready to not to bend for a mere penny that they bribe them with. Okay, if you ask me honestly, these judges, they are part of the greater problem that we have in Nigeria. The reason why they have gotten away under the radar long before now is because nobody has actually brought them out like Peter Obi have done. That is why many Nigerians have now known that judges, lawyers and judges are even more corrupt than the police, that we think that they are the worst corrupt in Nigeria or the worst corrupt government agency in Nigeria. Okay, the police and custom. All of them, there's no agency of Nigeria today that is not almost endemically corrupt, that they're incapable of doing the right thing. Huh? They're incapable of doing the right thing. Is it the custom officials? Well, let me not debate, but what I'm saying is that I still go back to the prescription this guy, Amechi gave us. Please, let us look into that prescription very well, okay? Let us look into it, even if he mistakenly spoke that, but that is the reality. And he himself knows that the only thing that can dethrone them, the only thing that can make them, make them give up or make us recover Nigeria, recover our future from them, is when we pick up not just stones as in such that David used to attack Goliath. We need to pick those stones. We need to ask God that to lead us to those choice stones, choice ideas that we'll use to tackle these people. Every time all those agents of peace, let there be peace, and there should be no violence. This is the same thing they have used over the years and continue to silence us while they continue to laugh and smile to the bank every day. And their children, they continue to have their children who are the beneficiaries, and their family who are the beneficiaries of their looting abroad, living in choice houses, attending choice schools abroad, and then to the detriment of our public schools. Look at our public schools in Nigeria. Which of them is functioning? Many of them, our kids will be in school, ready, and when it's raining, they'll go to one end of this class where water is not leaking. All these things happen even in Lagos, where they say Tinubu build. There are many schools in Lagos that have been circulated, that have been on social media where they say Tinubu build, that children cannot learn. When rain is falling, they are learning under rain. Yeah? The classes are dilapidated. Teachers do not even have places to sit down. Yeah? And these people, when they send their children abroad to school, they see this kind of schools their children attend. But when they come to Nigeria, they feel that you people now that are, especially you people that support them, they feel you are not human being enough to enjoy the kind of things their children are enjoying. And yet you continue to support them just for a few pennies they will give you that will not even last you for 1 week. You continue to support these evil, heartless, wicked human demons that devil sits right in the center of their hearts, that they don't have any human feeling again. They walk on the roads of Nigeria and see how people are suffering. They go everywhere and see how people live, in shams, places that you can't even imagine human being living in it. Even in the so-called Lagos, they say Tinubu build, like Makoko. How can human beings live in such places as people residing in Makoko? How much will it take to build apartments, and rehabilitate those people, remove them from that deplorable condition that they live there? Those people are human beings.
Lagos is full of Lagos is full of sharks.
And yet they say Tinubu build Lagos.
Mr. Sien.
When people are living there, how much will
Mr.
it take?
Sien.
Yeah.
Can you look
The
at the
money
private chat? Just take a look at the private chat.
The money to in bribing all these all these judges and everything is enough to build apartment buildings in places and ask these people, okay, come, depending on the number of people in the family. If it is two-bedroom apartment, take the key. This is your house. How much will it take to build those things? How much will it take to build it? Does it mean that we don't have the money? The millions the Tinubu son using buying house and the daughter using buying house in New York and the son using buying house in London is enough to build such places and rehabilitate all the people in Makoko. Each time I watch that video, I see those, my heart bleeds. How can we be so wicked to see our people, our human beings like us, our own brothers and sisters living in such places? And yet, people continue to support these evil men. Hey, God, have mercy. I yield for them. Father, I can't. God help them that somebody like me will never be president in Nigeria. Hi, the way I will roast these people, both them and the entire generation, including Obasanjo, who is now parading as a statesman. All of them are part of the wickedness that have run Nigeria down. Babangida is there relaxing with all the billions, all that Gulf money Babangida stole from Nigeria, billions of dollars. When money was money, he's there relaxing. Is there relaxing?
Babangida know they wear shoe. Babangida know they wear shoe. You know they wear shoe.
He doesn't wear shoe anymore. Look at how he's suffering on which.
With the
and he urinates in his chair. With diapers.
The evil that men do now live with them these days.
But the children are still enjoying the money. But the children are still enjoying the money he stole from us. That is the problem. Your children are still.
Because no say some of your children do on dialysis. They're not going to bring them come outside now. You know. Why you say that they thief kidney up and down from Nigeria, thief intestine? And then they buy
do you know some of these politicians, their children in serious drug.
Have you said something?
Say the native.
Can I say something?
Go ahead, my sister.
As soon as they laugh, now make me say throw one way go make una laugh first. Talking about wheelchair.
The weekend we there. The weekend.
Talking about wheelchair. Asari Dokubo say he must be president. If he is that for wheelchair, he will be president of Nigeria.
It's possible. Nigeria say anything goes. If Tinubu can be president, of course, Asari Dokubo is possible. It's possible. After all, he's not an errand boy to Tinubu. Tinubu is showing him the way. You only need to be faithful and to be obedient. Sorry, I don't want to use that word because that word is a sacred word. I don't want to use obedient for him.
You can say to be obedient to Tinubu.
No, we don't want to use that word. Is a holy word. It's not for corrupt people like him.
The puppet is the right word. Puppet. You can continue to be a puppet.
That's exactly. He continue to be a puppet. So he will teach him the way. He has a disciple now.
But why be say na bad news now they come off on it.
Anyway, honestly, this will not be laughing matter. Just as at times, you don't know what to do again, you just laugh. Just laugh. It's a shame. It's really a shame. God help us because I don't know. We need to stand. Amechi have given us the recipe, please. Let us use the recipe.
My brother, let me interject you quickly because I might not have been you guys for a very long time. I put something on the private chat. It appears that it appears that the judgment was released to the defendants before the judgment was read. But even after the judgment has been delivered, the petitioners cannot get the judgment, a copy of the judgment. You see what kind of country that we are living in?
That is what Atiku has been challenging. I have read, I've read that thing. That is what Atiku have been, but they have gotten it anyway. But the ones Tinubu got has their insignia on it, and the one that was given to Atiku and P2B they removed the insignia. So why? Why is that different?
They are going to say that it is not a certified copy now.
It's different.
It's not a certified copy.
He said certified. He said certified.
He said he has signature. The one does not have signature.
That's what I'm saying. No, they don't give him.
They go say
You
no
go
be
say
dem
no
give
be
am
them
na.
give, no be
Let us
them
read
give
between the
am.
lines. They go say it's not
Say the
certified that say na forgery.
You see, I have the two different copies. You know, everything about Tinubu is forgery now. So who knows? Hi.
My brother, this
Oh my
country, you need to
God.
dissolve this country. Oh.
I'm telling you.
We need to dissolve this. And they tell you, you know, say if we deceive
Ah.
ourselves, they tell us we need to dissolve it. Because my brother, you know the work now. You know the
It's
work.
not working. It's
It's
not
not working.
working. It's not working. It's not working. Sorry to say, I know people don't like to hear about Nnamdi. All these things, Nnamdi has been crying for many years about Nigeria. People don't mind look at him as a fanatic man. But these things are playing like video before our eyes every day. Yeah? Before our eyes every day. In a country where crooks are lawyers, what kind of law, what kind of justice are you going to expect? Where lunatics are making law? How are you going to get justice? Okay, by now, if we're to be living in an ideal society, not long ago, the what is it called? The Senate would have called INEC to question him about what he used about 500 billion naira he collected, both the one that was donated to and the one Nigeria gave to organize the most fraudulent election in the history of mankind. So if all this is what INEC can organize, then what has he used our 500 billion naira to do? They should have questioned him because Mahmoud, what he did was a criminal case. He criminally violated the law of the land. That man's supposed to be paid by now if we were to be living in an ideal society. And we're not even talking much about it. INEC completely went against Nigerian constitution.
Even their own law, even their own law.
Of course, he has no law anyway. But even his own electoral instruction, or what is it?
Electoral
act. Not the electoral act. You know, okay, the electoral act mandated him to give stipulation on how the election is going to be run, and those stipulations he gave, which includes the transmission of result through the IRF, so that people can see it in real time from the polling unit. All these things are the law of the land, and he completely violated it. And nobody's even calling him for criminal.
Do you know that INEC collected about 40 million euro
That's what
from EU?
Everything.
Then invited because of that.
There's a feedback from you, Mr. Judy. I don't know if you are watching from anywhere. We are hearing ourselves back from you. If not, mute yourself when somebody else is speaking.
Please. Okay, so
go ahead,
there's
Mr. Finn.
Okay, yeah. So EU gave INEC 40 million euro towards this election. Then INEC invited them to come and observe. After observing, EU now made their judgment. INEC dismissed them. They dismissed it.
That's very laughable. It's very laughable.
That they should not have opinion. Now to come look, they tell them not be to talk. Okay. So you can look, you don't talk what you see. These people.
That one are hypocrisy now. If you dismiss their opinion, you're supposed to return their money.
But now they, that money, they go don't share them at the top. Saying a hard
All right,
currency.
let's hear from Ginger Breadman. Ginger Breadman, it's good to have you here. Please talk to us.
Thank you very much, Mr. Niger Watch, for the opportunity. I greet you. I greet all the panelists. You guys are doing a very, very great job. You see, the truth of the matter is that, I don't talk too much, but we need to lend our voices out there. Personally, I do not believe in the Nigerian judicial system. But I want to concur with the submission that different people have made on this platform, that we must pursue this tribunal case to the last bus stop, which is the Supreme Court. Not because I am expecting that there are different people in the Supreme Court that we do, the right thing. But for this case to get to a logical conclusion, because we cannot start this journey and withdraw halfway. Appeal courts is not the final bus stop. We have to get to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is the superior court of the land. In fact, as a matter of fact, when you come to constitutional matters, the Supreme Court, it is the responsibility of the Supreme Court to interpret constitutional matters. So I believe that we are heading in the right direction. But I still want to moderate my expectation and crave the indulgence of my fellow country people. If the Supreme Court does, the Agbadorian judgments, are we going to continue to fold our hands and watch? Because that would be a cowardice approach. I thank the brother on this platform who said that, was it Rotimi Amici, had given us an expose on how we must take back our country. And if we are to explore that avenue, we don't do it by singing praises or casting and binding. We do it by force. A few people in the nation cannot continue to hold a country like Nigeria to captive. I say capital regimenta, according to Alex. Nigerians have to stand up. I keep saying this. They have to stand up. Our military. I thank that brother from, is it Guinea or Gambia, who spoke it, black and white. He said it as it is. This Nigerian military. Imagine that you are the one that go to the battlefield. Imagine that your colleagues, most of their wives and children have been made widows and orphans or fatherless, as the case may be. Then you have the people that are giving orders for you to go without supplying you the necessary equipment for you to go and defend the country, or even sabotaging your movement. Most of you in that military are even more educated than them themselves that have grabbed power. But yet, you sit down and fold your hands and see them ridicule you, and not just ridicule you, render the future of your children useless, and you keep on carrying gun and following them. When will you guys wake up? When will you wake up? Because at the point we are right now, the public, the Nigerian masses, do not have the metals that you guys have. You guys have it. You are their drivers. You are their security guards. They turn you people to errand boys. They put you on the road. They completely change your constitutional duties. Them and their family, they live large off of the resources that the whole nation, including yourself, needs to be benefiting from. And you are watching Korokoro, that constitution of Nigeria, they are throwing it into the gutter. When an appeal court judge will say, my opinion, it is my opinion, in a constitutional issue, your opinion as a judge who probably went into law school by scoring 20 or so in JAM, and you were pardoned by all ramification and qualification, are not even supposed to sit in the bar, talk more or less of the bench. You are telling us that it is your opinion on 25%. It is your opinion on forfeiture. Nigerians are very, very educated and smart. What an insult. But we have not gotten to the logical conclusion of this case. We will leave it for the Supreme Court to come and further indict themselves if they want to go that route. Because enough is enough. What our fathers could not do. I want to speak to this generation that we are not afraid to do it. What our fathers tolerated, we will not tolerate it. And for Asani Dokubo that is parading himself, when he go set, he go not to say, Makosa, I get us the dancer. It is around us when I carry they do not. Baba, if he set, that your belly will go less. Because you self you don't run before that time. So I don't want to use this platform to preach any form of, what the platform does not stand for. I just want to lend my voice by saying that we are going to go to the Supreme Court. I stand with the Labour Party. I stand with Mr. P2B. I stand with well-meaning Nigerians that we will pursue this case to the logical conclusion and allow the Supreme Court to interpret the Constitution. Then after that, we go from there. Thank you, Mr. Naija Watch.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you for your submission. God bless you. All right. Before I will call on the next person, I'd like to say this. I want to let people to understand that this is the should I call it the third journey right now? Because the first journey was during the time of campaign. We've campaigned, we voted, and we were robbed, right? So the second journey was going to court. And we've been to court, tribunal for 180 days. Or the 16th of this month will make it 180 days. So they exhausted almost 99% of the 180 days. That was the second journey. Now we are on the third journey now, going to Supreme Court. Now, let me put it like this. On the second journey, I was 100%. If I say 100%, I might be lying to myself. Let's say I was 98% hopeful. That yes, the judiciary and everything will work out. But what happened in the tribunal? This third journey, I don't have any hope because I've never trusted these people. But guess what? You know why I'm happy that we are on this journey? We need this for the history of our country. You and I can never reference to the judiciary if Mr. Peter Obi ended everything at the Supreme Court. Like they robbed again now. Mr. Peter Obi now addressed the people by telling the people, okay, I'm giving up. Then you, me, us, Peter Obi, all of us, Nigerians, concerned Nigerians, citizens, none of us will have the right to speak negatively about the Nigerian judiciary. But guess what? We're embarking on the highest court in our country right now. It is called Supreme Court. The reason why I'm very, very happy that we're on it, we are going to Supreme Court. For me personally, I can never say never, but I'm not sure I will use my mouth to tell the Supreme Court to do the right thing. I'm not sure. No. I've grown past that. If in case that's what I'm saying, you can never say never. I might say it tomorrow, who knows? But I'm not sure. One thing is, let them behave like the way the tribunal judges behaved, like animals, like Agberus. Let them do that. We're not going to fight them, but after all, we don't have the power to fight them. At least let us have it in the record, in the history of the country. But one thing I'm sure, which I don't suppose to be sure, is that Supreme Court cannot behave like this. No. I believe it is called Supreme Court. Regardless of the result, the judgment that is going to come out of there, I believe that maturity, you will see it from them. Even though They have decided to manipulate it, but they cannot behave like animals. It's not possible. Although somebody told me the other day that you always say it's not possible. Why are you always trusting Nigeria? Anything to do with Nigeria? No, I said I don't trust them. It's just that when I believe they cannot do something and they end up doing it, then that's fine. You've plotted something in my mind, my heart, my tongue. So we're going to Supreme Court. I want everybody that is listening to me right now to know that it's the best thing ever. Even though I know many of you have given up, that's fine. I really do understand. I wanted to as well. Many of you bombarded me throughout the whole night. But immediately, Peter Obi talk. I said, no, I'll follow this man on this journey. Who am I going to live for? I'm not following Mr. Peter Obi for us to continue with these 60 days in Supreme Court to win. If we win, that's fine. I don't trust them. We're supposed to win if Nigeria was a good country. Nigeria was the country that do things right. If Nigeria was a country that see white and call it white, not a country that see white and call it black. Yes, we're supposed, because Peter Obi won this election. They deliberately put him on a third position. Those judges, these 5 judges from the tribunal, delivered their judgment with hatred, anger. Why? Because he's an Igbo man. So we're going to Supreme Court. I'm very happy. Let's go. We'll go finish and we'll go conclude for there. Regardless of whatever that is going to come out with. Let's finish it from there. We're already there. The beautiful thing about it is only 60 days. 3 days or 4 days is already out of it. So from next week now, you're going to start hearing that what is happening in the Supreme Court. From next week, this one is quick. And the Supreme Court want to also restore their names. They need to start by attending to this matter immediately. All those satanic, deliberate delays, pretentious, busy. We are busy, we are this. We know these things. Just like you have a best friend that you are calling all the time, he's always pretending, I'm busy, I'm busy, I'm busy. You're not saying not be your best friend again. No matter how you go busy, person when you call your own, you'll get time for them. If I call you once, I call you twice, you not carry my phone, and you not return out within 24 hours, you are out of my book. Except say you die. Either you die or you do hospital. If those two things not there, you can't tell me later, now your vessel are busy. You are out. I'm not prioritizing your life. So for Supreme Court, or I cannot judge them yet because they have not started. But what about tribunal? All those petty, satanic delays for me that, yes, we are doing everything in a professional manner, whereas it was a satanic manner. I hope Supreme Court will not embrace that. Like I've always said, everybody have a perception about Supreme Court or the judiciary in Nigeria. But don't you think it's beautiful when you prove people wrong? But these people, the tribunal, for them to prove people wrong, they even make people to, it's like go and die. Anything you want to call us, we are not interested. That's what they did. So let's see what will happen with Supreme Court. But for me, the energy to finish these 60 days, in fact, I get 100%. If full, even the throw away by God's grace. Because me, I want to see the end of this. But let it end at Supreme Court. Then, if I'm talking tomorrow, I'll know what I'm saying. You cannot just start saying that Nigerian judiciary, all of them are corrupt. Then you are wrong. You are lying against them. You can't just because of 5 bodies, everybody's corrupt. But Supreme Court, even though 2 people passed judgment there, and it was wrong. The whole Nigerian judiciary he go rub them like pomade. All of them. But tribunal or not, he rub them. So for me, going here, I'm happy. But my expectation, I don't know. I don't trust them. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you very much, people. I see some comments are going on right there. You know, thank you. Those of you on the comment section, please, let's keep the comments right there, respectful. As you all know, on this platform, we don't take insult. I don't care who you are. Nobody can insult you. And you cannot insult anybody. Okay, please. That's the rules of this platform. Always respect that. Thank you. All right, let me call on the next person. We have new people that just joined us. Before I go up, let me calm down. Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much for joining us, sir. Jonathan, please. Happy. Please talk to us. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Elvis. Thanks to all the panelists.
Sorry, Mr. Jonathan. Just let me quickly, Mr. Elvis, check the private chat. I put some things there.
Yes, I saw it. Okay, let me just put it on because I wanted to put it on earlier on before Mr. Jonathan start talking in case he wants to talk about it as well. Let me just put it on the screen. I saw it. It's disgraceful. This is disgraceful. These people, you know, this is what we get. You know, this is the wife of the governor of, is it Borno or something? Let me see. Okay, I'm going to show. Okay, the wife of Bauchi State Governor Aisha Bala Mohammed, convoy trapped in bad road within states, forced to walk in the mud, water. Just similar to what happened to Obaseki the other day in Edo State, but this one is worse. You know, I guess you all can see it right there. That is it. I saw it this afternoon. I was like, Jesus, look at it. Look at all our convoy. Look at the you can see the Hilos in the left-hand side. You know, that one is totally is gone, is consumed. You know, and do you know that she was going to this building here, what is it called? She was going to commission a new building. But the road to follow to commission a new building, there's no road, and you want to go and commission a new building of a maternity or whatever. I don't understand these people. You know, I don't understand. Look at them. You just look. Which kind of country be this, God? When we are talking, you see APC supporters come. Are you people human beings? How you justify all this? And you there, bro, you hide. You don't go inside this water, make this water kill you. You say, make innocent Nigerians, may they die for this kind of water. You there UK, you there America, you there abroad, you they support these people. I don't understand. Look at her inside the car. Look at her. Which kind of wahala be this? Why? I don't know what to say. Mr. Jonathan, please go ahead, sir. Talk to us.
Yeah, watching that clip, these pictures, this is incredible. Just incredible. In fact, it's like just stop. This one will take if I have to dwell on this one will just take the whole of my minute. But we leave that for another topic, another day. Again, I want to thank all the panelists. Today's submission has been so wonderful, so straight to the point. You know, this is where we find ourselves in Nigeria now. This is what Nigeria, for me, I'm going to say it the way it is. This is what Nigerians want for themselves. I'm still so surprised that even as at this time, things are still calm in that country. On the ground that, you know, let us pray. Some people are still saying that let us pray. Let us hope that things will be better. I hope that Nigerians will stop that idea going forward. That let us pray that things will get better. We have to take this into it's our destiny. When you look at the judgment these past few days, you will know that Nigeria has no place at all. That country as it stands right now has no place at all. And you look at the judgments, you know, each of those cases, each of them, and you look at them, a lot of people have said so many things today, from the 25% to the voting itself, whether they follow the electoral law or not. The 25% of Abuja, the more I look at it, the more funny it becomes to me each and every time I just sat down and I think about it. The judgment is exactly that 25% judgment. As it has been said from the onset after this election, this judgment now even exposed them further. The judgment is exactly what the Constitution tries to prevent or avoid. This judgment that they gave as per the 25% is exactly what the Constitution, the people that wrote the Constitution, even though they don't have the right mindset in putting it there, it was for a selfish goal. But their argument is exactly what this judgment rubbish. Because by that judgment, when you say Abuja residents are not special, but that's what Samani said. I think the judge number 3, because they don't show their faces. I listened to the judgment from beginning to the end, and I can relate to them by number. I gave them number. Judge number 1, Judge 2, Judge 3, Judge 4, and 5. Judge number 3, when he was talking about this 25% of Abuja, by that judgment alone, when you say Abuja residents are not, they don't have 2 heads, that they are not special. In fact, what they have done by that alone, they have rendered the people of Abuja even less important in Nigeria, as far as Nigeria is concerned. Abuja resident has now become second-class citizen. If you live in Abuja, you are in Nigeria. You are a second-class citizen. In fact, you have been rendered worthless. You have been rendered worthless. If this judgment, as per the 25%, is rubber stamped by the Supreme Court, which is where we are right now. If this judgment, this 25% is rubber stamped by the Supreme Court, every vote in FCT effectively has become more or less worthless. Yes, for one, as far as I know, which political party will waste resources to campaign in Abuja? Which political party will go to Abuja and persuade to even get 1 vote? You don't need to go to Abuja. Abuja effectively become worthless. And that is what the framer of the Constitution tried to prevent or avoid. That Abuja will become relevant in the scheme of things in Nigeria. This judgment have rendered it. In fact, everybody in Abuja, if you are in Abuja, your vote, when it comes to election, as far as Nigeria electoral system is concerned, you are irrelevant. At best, a political party will get 250,000, 300,000 votes. You don't need Abuja. You don't need Abuja. That's what this judgment is telling residents of Abuja, that you are worthless, that you are not relevant. It is not about whether Abuja people have 2 heads. Again, even come to think of it, Nigeria has 6 geopolitical zones. Which of these 6 political zones has Abuja included in it? If Abuja is to be regarded as a state, there are 6 political zones in Nigeria. Abuja is not included in any of these 6 political zones. It's Abuja stands alone on its own. It stands. That is alone. So even administratively, the geopolitical arrangement was for administrative purposes. It was for administrative purposes. And if that section 299 that they hold on to, that Abuja is to be treated as a state, is the geopolitical arrangement not for administrative purposes? The geopolitical arrangement was for political purposes. Now they turn everything upside down. For me, the Supreme Court, if they want to do anything at all, as far as 25% is concerned, their best bet will have been to say, okay, the House, the Nigerian legislature amend the constitution. But as it stands right now, 25% is 25%. If you don't like it, legislature amend the constitution. After all, Samani himself referenced the legislature by telling them to go and amend the electoral act if the petitioners have problem with it. You should have said the same thing too when it comes to 25%. You cannot, say it when it suits you. Use the same part of the constitution at your own whims and caprices. When it suits you, you apply it. When it doesn't, you turn it upside down. If they don't like the 25, the way it stands right now, amend the constitution. But the constitution is the constitution. You need 25% in the FCT for you to be declared the president of Nigeria. It does not matter whether Abuja is just only one small part of Nigeria. That is what the constitution says. Uphold the constitution. If you don't like it, amend it. Amend it. That is the message they should have sent. For me, the Supreme Court, I'm not waiting for anything from the Supreme Court, to be sincere and to be honest, and I'm saying it loud and clear. I just want them to rubber stamp it, so that it will be clear to all Nigerians. Everything, even what the professor of law, Ozekhome said, see, even before we come to that, what one of the panelists mentioned earlier today with reference to Amechi of Rivers State, what he said, even before we come to that step, we need this Supreme Court to rubber stamp this. Before we get to that stage, before Nigerians will come to that stage, let this Supreme Court, first of all, rubber stamp this criminal judgment. These judges, for me, as far as I'm concerned, see, they are not in the business of restoring anything, Nigerians. They are not in the business of restoring anything. They don't have any name or integrity to protect. They don't care. They are going to dance naked, more openly in the market. Will come and will see it. I'm just waiting. Because see, to justify any move at all, that Nigerians will now have to go ahead and know that yes, there is no Nigeria. It is this Supreme Court that will make it happen. Let them rubber stamp it. Please don't let us, put ourselves in that state of mind where any judgment that will come from the Supreme Court will make us, more disappointed. No, don't let us do that. That would be double jeopardy. Let us know, we know what Nigeria. Don't let us give them any space at all, any benefit of doubt. There is nothing like benefit of doubt as far as Nigeria is concerned when these criminals are in charge. Anyone that is giving them any benefit, you are only placing yourself in a double jeopardy position. They will not deliver. I know that. But there is a purpose. They have to go there. The Labour Party have done the right thing. They must go there. Let them rubber stamp it. These people are not ready to restore anything. They are not in that business. Let me just put it that way. They are not in the business of, restoring dignity or anything. They are ready to dance open in the market, and that's what they will do. That I know for sure. So that's my position. Everything. Somebody said, I know somebody has said it earlier, but let me add to it. The 18,088, all the boxes that we saw Labour Party bringing to the court throughout the trial, are they blank? For crying out loud, are they blank? Those are the questions we need to ask these people. Are those boxes that we saw each and every day of the trial that they brought to the court, are they blank papers? Are they not result at least what those judges are asking for, that they need polling booth by polling booth result? All those evidence, all those papers that we saw in the court, all of them will have, at least they will have the polling booth location, the polling booth number, local government area. They have it. So these judges just took all these things. They didn't even open it. They didn't even check it. They didn't even scan through it or review it or process it. They didn't even check any of these things. That was that's the reason why the first thing Shabani, when he started the Labour Party judgment, was to first of all strike out all the evidences.
Thank you, Mr. Kingston.
So please let's just be focused. Let them go and dance naked in the in the market, and then Nigerians will move forward. It is left for Nigerians to do what is right. Thanks very much, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan Kingsley. God bless you, sir. Thanks for your submission. Like I said before, I'm very happy that we're going to Supreme Court. Let everything end there. Whatever that comes out from there, but let it end in Supreme Court. And all those boxes, nothing was inside the box. That it was empty. They just carried it there for fanciful thing, because that's what these judges were telling us. They didn't put none of them into consideration. According to their judgment reading, they didn't talk about none of them. I beg, let's go to anyway, we're already on our way to Supreme Court. So, like I said, from next week or a max of next 2 weeks, we don't follow it to the happen for Supreme Court already because they don't have enough time. It's only 6 weeks, right? 60 days. 60 days is three months. What?
8 weeks.
8 weeks, yes. 60 days. That's 3 months. All right. Thank you very much. Mr. Chris, it's good to have you here, sir. Good evening to you. Please talk to us. Then we'll come to Black Panther.
Good evening, Mr. Nanjahoj, and good evening, everybody in the panel. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You're good.
Yeah, my name is Chris. I'm speaking from Dublin. And may I kindly stand on existing protocol to contribute my own quota to this discussion? Well, I want to thank everybody for all your contributions, and obviously they have been in-depth contribution. Well, my own view about this whole thing is that the earlier we realize that Nigeria as a country was set up to fail. Nigeria was set up in such a way that the votes of the electorate will only count if the people in power want the votes to count. What I'm trying to say is that they only push our votes to the direction that they want. It is not as if it is the force of our votes that has value. It is how they want it to play out. That is what they give to us. Now you want to ask me, why am I saying this? The reason is very simple. We all have to understand that it is there in our law that whatever INEC declares, that automatically stands. For example, if election is held and it is very clear that it is Party A that won the election, but if the presiding officer declares Party B as the winner of that election, as at that point, your law empowers that declaration of INEC to be the correct position, not until proven otherwise. And now the question is that how do you prove that whatever INEC has declared is wrong? You have to go to court. It's your responsibility. It is not the responsibility of INEC to prove that the election they conducted was wrong. It is your responsibility to prove so. And how do you prove it? The material that you need to prove that judgment, you have to collect same material from INEC. And that is why we saw the way they were dancing and dancing and dancing and dancing. They refused to give us material. They will keep playing and playing and playing till they did what they wanted to do. So having said all that, if we are talking about the Supreme Court, as for me, I don't see any reason why I should believe the Supreme Court. They are supreme to the extent that they also pander to whatever power that be. You see, when these guys left power in 1999, they didn't just leave. They gave us a constitution in such a way that anytime they want to infiltrate power, they can still do it. They just gave us a constitution that they can still control behind. They have all the power to do whatever they want to do. We are just crying about this Mahmoud's election. If you go back, flip a little back to history, 2003, go and see the election that was conducted. In 2003, there was even no election at all. Morris, who was just busy writing figures, that election was worse, 1,000 times worse than what we have today. Because that's how the constitution was framed. That's how the power that be. That's how it was framed. Go and collect your PVC, go and do all this. They will just be laughing at you because eventually it is the direction they want things to go. That is the direction it will go. You can imagine what Mr. Ives just finished saying with all those coolers of evidences. You see this band of witches, they still came out to tell us that there was nothing submitted. Every information, every piece of credible information, they jettisoned everything and went ahead to produce the kind of judgment they want to produce. And again, Mr. Nigeria Watch, I want to reference some of the observation you made. You were like, we cannot conclude that the judiciary is
Okay,
corrupt based on this judgment alone.
exactly.
Not until we go to the Supreme Court. And Mr. Ives, if I may just let you know that the Supreme Courts have demonstrated this several times that they themselves cannot be trusted. Take for example, Ihedioa versus Hope Uzodinma. We knew what the Supreme Court did. I think Hope Uzodinma was even fourth position, and the Supreme Court they overturned that judgment shamelessly. Till today, the result that the Supreme Court used in overturning that judgment was never uploaded at INEC's portal. If you go and check all the other governorship election results, everything is there. But they were too ashamed to even include that result. So how did they give judgment to Uzodinma Hope? It was simple. The INEC used their own whatever to declare the election results, and Hope Uzodinma presented another alternative result from a policeman, and the tribunal rejected that result. But when they went to the Supreme Court accepted that result. Now you ask me, why did this? What was even in the Supreme Court? Was the Supreme Court right to have accepted that result? The answer is no, because the result that Hope presented, that the policeman presented, that result, it showed that in some polling units, Uzodinma got all the votes there. Nobody died. There was no cancellation of any votes. There was no voided votes. All the people that registered in that polling unit, for example, 20,000, everybody voted. And the Supreme Court, they removed the Supreme in their name, and they accepted that kind of result, and they used that result to declare Hope as the governor of Imo State. That's why today is called the Supreme Court governor. Again, Yaradua versus Obasanjo. Sorry, what was his name again? The one that just left. Buhari versus Yaradua. That judgment was that it was 2-3. There was a split vote in that judgment. Even after the judgment, Yaradua himself came out to say that he knew that the process that brought him was not credible. Yaradua said that, but the Supreme Court decided otherwise. Because it's very simple. It's the power that be. The Supreme Court is more concerned with stability. Every judgment they give, they look at it, they are more concerned with stability. The judgment that will stabilize Nigeria. And we talk about Supreme Court, who are the people there? Are they not the anti-Igbos haters? They are the people there in the Supreme Court. The people that feel that power should be just concentrated in one part of the country. The people that got into wherever they are by quota system. Those are the people that we are still going to meet at the Supreme Court. But like we have all agreed, it's a good thing that we are going there. So that let's go all the hog. Let's finish all the way through. Because now we can talk about what the tribunal did. Just imagine if His Excellency Peter Obi didn't go to the tribunal. We would not have something to be discussing now. Those people wouldn't have exposed themselves to the extent that they did. But now they have done that. The whole world have seen them. They have seen them the way they are. They dance naked in the market square. And without any iota of doubt, I know the Supreme Court is going to toe the same route. It is good because what's the alternative? That they are going to do something different. There's no alternative at all, no evidence to point to. The data doesn't suggest that. So will I jettison scientific data and be living in a dream world, in a Lola land? hoping that the Supreme Court, they are going to do. No. The only thing that the Supreme Court is just going to justify whatever action is going to happen after this whole shenanigans. Amechi Rotimi already made it clear that the reason that they continue doing all this is because people are not holding them accountable. And that's exactly how it is. Look at every nation that have risen from the ashes. None of them achieved their upliftment by mere just sitting down and hoping that things will change eventually. No. Every one of them, every single one of them, they went through the test of fire and they emerged as a better and fruitful nation. Now, in rounding up, we all can see that the black man, you have to wake up. We are the problem of ourselves. Because it's easy to keep referring to the colonial man. It's very easy. And I've reiterated this point severally on the comment section. That I don't believe that no matter what they have done in the past, it's not, those are the things not responsible for keeping us the way we are. If we even have to be fair, the Nigeria they left for us is better than the Nigeria we are living for ourselves. When I was growing up, my father had landline at home that the white people left for us. But we destroyed everything by ourselves. They left a stable Nigeria for us than what we have today. Okay, let's take, for example, all this judgment that has been going on, the Mahmoud, everything that we have been displaying, this macabre spectacle that we've been displaying in the public. Can you point out to any white person that is in support of this? Then the next thing we tell ourselves is that if our people want to do the wrong thing, the white people will control them. Can't you see the way the tribunal, can't you see the way they took the white people to shreds? Look at the way they destroyed the report of the EU. EU is made up of 27 countries.
And they
Why were
collected
they
money
not
from
afraid?
EU.
Why were they not afraid? Why did the colonial mentality not affect them when they were destroying that report? Look at the way they took the EUs to the cleaners. They even went as far as taking the US to the cleaner, mentioning Donald Trump. Then you come around to come and tell me that if they want to do the proper thing, the colonial master will control them. They will have a hold on them. Come on. Look at, in the tribunal, in the eyes of the whole world, they took the EUs to the cleaners. They took the US to the cleaners. That simply tells you that nobody has anything to do with these people. They are the people that are controlling themselves. They have the power to do whatever they want to do. It's not the same country in 2019 that Nasir El-Rufai told the whole world that if the EU interfere in our election in 2019, said that they will return back to their country in body bags. That was what El-Rufai said. To the extent it will take the president of Nigeria, Buhari, to come and dissociate himself from that statement made by El-Rufai. Is El-Rufai not working a free man today? He's still working a free man. I heard he's in Belarus attending some courses. Even as a sitting governor, did he not go to the Netherlands to attend some master's program? Why was he not apprehended? That was what El-Rufai said. So the point I'm just making is that let's not feel that the colonial masters, they are tying the hands of our people. The only time they use them is if they want to achieve something. But if our people want to break loose, they can still break loose. So the summary of this whole thing is that our destiny is in our hands. And if we are expecting anything different from what the judiciary, the tribunal has done, we are just only wasting our time, because these guys, the Supreme Court, they will only pander towards the direction, towards the trajectory that will give the nation stability. And in doing that, they will always keep the interest of the oligarchs, the owner of Nigeria. They will keep their interest at heart. Is it not clear that some section of the country, they don't want people from another section of the country to rule? It will take nobody less than Musa Rabiu Kwankwaso, who told the whole world during his campaign that Nigeria is not ripe for an Igbo presidency. Who is going to vote Peter Obi? That was what Rabiu said, that he will not be accepted in the north. He was speaking the mind of the Talakawas. So we have to wake up, people. We have to wake up, people. It has been from the beginning. How can you tell me that people in other sections of the country, they couldn't get their PVC? Go and look at PVC collection rates in the Northeast where that was torn apart by Boko Haram. Go and look at the collection rates. It's more than the collection rate of states that are stable economically, politically, socially. So the game plan has been there. There were different levels of rigging this election. The final level was the one that Mahmoud did. If this one failed, we will do this. That was just their plan. And your law simply says that whatever the electoral umpire declares stands, not until proven otherwise. And the onus is on you to prove it otherwise, not INEC. Otherwise, in Senate clients, it could have been a situation where they would tell INEC, okay, you have declared this election, so and so direction. Can you tell us how you arrived at this? But no, that's not what your law says. Your law says that if you are not satisfied, you come and prove that what INEC did was wrong. And to do that, you have to get your materials from INEC. And you think INEC will fold their hands to allow you to do all those? No, it's never going to be possible. So in retrospect, we have to open our mind properly and look at what's on ground. If the judgment of that day, if it didn't shock all of us, I don't think there's nothing that's going to shock us again. The judges, they descended to the arena. Do you know how many times they used the word nebulous? That Peter Obi's petition was nebulous. How many times frivolous? That they used those words. What else can we say about the anger that all of them displayed? The anger was second to none. Look at the judge that gave Ekwemadi's judgment. Despite the fact that that was human trafficking against a minor, look at how calm and calculated the judge was. He gave he made the facts of the case and he delivered his judgment. But in our own case, what do we have? We have judges that were angry, visibly angry, insulting everybody. Well, my people, my own view is that it's simple. The Supreme Court, it's a very good thing. Let the macabre dance, let the shameless dance continue. Let's have this and put it in our archive. But eventually, nobody is coming to save us. Nobody. Not until we are fed up to the extent that we decide to push back. If you are pushed to the wall, you have to push back. Otherwise, you continue the way you are or you dig the wall. And the last story is that we should understand that the United States of America, their civil war, the war they fought against the British, was over the price of coffee. They increased the tax of coffee and the people said, no, we've had enough. Enough is enough. And they revolted against the British. And the rest, they say, is history. That was how the United States got their independence. And some of these things, they are not things that you plan. Because I keep hearing, what are we going to do next? Okay, we'll meet. No, usually it is spontaneous. It is spontaneous. And I don't think we are expecting Peter Obi. We are just waiting for the day Peter Obi, His Excellency, will blow the whistle, everybody go to the street. No, that's also will never going to happen. We have to be frustrated enough. We have to feel tired enough of the situation and take the future, take the bull by the horn. It will be utterly disgraceful if they did this to our great-grandfather. I think Dr. CM, you were the one making that analysis 4 days ago. They did this to our great-grandfather. They did this to our grandfather. They did this to our father. And they are doing it to us. And we are not doing anything. They will do it to our children. It has already started. El Rufai's son is already in the House of Rep. Sanusi's son is already in the police, and they've already tagged him as the next Inspector General of Police. And look at all the House of Rep members, all the committee members there, all past governors, their children are there. Look at the tribunal, the wives of the governors, their daughters, all the least daughters, they are already at the federal appointment. So, Oga CM, you can see the assumption, the submission you made 4 days ago has already started. They've done it to our great-grandfather. They've done it to our grandfather. They've done it to our father. They have done it to us, either we like it or not. Because our children are not competing with their children on the same level.
It's true.
So what we are even fighting for now is not even for our children, it's for our children's children. They are a generation ahead of us. So if we can still think this thing is still a bread and butter thing, we are just joking. How many of us in this panel is even less than 30 years, for example? Nobody. So a man of 30 years, how much do you have for your future again? If you cannot build your future in the 20s. So is it not clear that the stage they are now is the stage of our children? That's actually what we are fighting. And if we don't break the cycle, it's just going to continue like that. And I would like to drop it here. Mr. Nanjawaj, I can't thank you enough for the time you gave me to express myself, even though that I know it's gone very late. And thank you for yesterday for giving us the panel to discuss and air our view all through the night. So I thank you so much. I thank everybody in the panel. And together, I know we'll succeed. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chris. God bless you, sir. Thank you very much. All right. The last person on the panel before we do the final is Black Panther. Black Panther, it's good to have you here, sir. Good to you.
I just say no go end again. I say don't sleep. Shiniki. See time when give her. Now what for Mr. Nigerian show? You don't give her, make it talk everything where I want talk finish.
They happen like that sometimes.
You don't duck go, you don't sleep. I know so you don't sleep.
Sleep. No, they happen like that sometimes, not be sleep.
Hey, my people are hello. I dey hear now since. I dey hear Sister Madam Patricia, they pray for us. Madam Patricia, all those verses, make it end them. Now reality today, so we are in reality. The reality of the scripture, that is what we are now. But I want to thank everyone for speaking, and Nigerians, I want to thank you for giving us the platform. I want to thank all the obedient. Let us remain strong. Let us remain dogged. We are going to fight this fight to the end. And the end is very, very fast. Supreme Court is not the end. I made a description here. It's not the end. If you look at the people of Israel, even when they got to the wilderness, it wasn't the end. The end was far from them. Even till now, it is still not the end. Moses does not see the promised land. Why? God said so. We will do mistake as we go. Mistake will be done. Many might not see it. As our heroes that have fought for us, they did not see it, but they started this fight. They did not see it. But we are going to get there. Like I said the other time, I told you, I make a submission. I said this thing. I said revolution is not planned. Thank you to the last speaker. He spoke about the American Revolution. Revolution is never planned. Go and look at history. Open your books. It's never planned. When you guys come, oh, what's the next plan? What's the next plan? Do you know the next plan? Have you planned a revolution before? How are you going to plan it? When you know revolution, it's always with red paint on the floor. How are you going to say that in the public? What is the next plan? Oh, the people should go out. Not be like that, oh. That is not the way it does. When it comes, everybody will wear the Magaba dance, as Mr. Alex will talk. The Magaba dance regalia. And everybody will speak with the same voice. And the eyes will change from white to red. Anybody you see in front of you that is not conforming to what you believe and your ideal is taking. That is a revolution. Every man carry the heart of mercy. dump into the lagoon. We are focused, we are going to the promised land. That is a revolution. It's never planned. That is why when people say the next plan, you can't even plan it. You can't even plan it. To even mention it, you can't even do it. There is no prayer. No prayer there inside. Prayer not there inside. We are functioning in the reality of the gospel now. That is how the Israelites function in it. They ask God, how are we going to go about this? God said they should go there. Those people that they went to meet, those people were innocent. They didn't do anything to them. But God said, go there and take them down. Even the cow, everything, take it down. I will ask the question. Do God approve of it? Yes. Yes. We are the outpiece, we are the mouthpiece of God. Yes. So when people come here to say, let's pray, be talking one verse, you don't know the scripture yet. You are in the reality of Christ. What Christ spoke millions of years. You are functioning in the reality. When Jesus was prophesied upon, they were mocking the prophet then. But when they function in the reality, they did not know that was Jesus. They forgot about the prophecy. We are functioning in the reality of what God wants us to dwell in now. And we outside, we are the weapon that they cannot bring down. Because we are speaking truth to power. We are mobilizing and demobilizing them. We are mobilizing people into the field. We are demobilizing them. Look, during the whiskey election, FEDECO, election was never done in Nigeria. It was just written paper. Though, all of us say, okay, let them go and fight and break their self head. They will just write it. FEDECO, you know, if any of you know about FEDECO, Mr. CM go know. They will just write it, and some other people will just write it, and they'll give to us. If you like, go catch fire. If you like, transformer. It is who they want there. That is what they want there. There is never a case brought forward to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court will not look. I am afraid for the Supreme Court. Me, as I are they afraid of them, and they are fear for them, because I don't know how they are going to misinterpret the 25%, which they have already interpreted for us, which we know is on record. It's in the Nigerian Judicial book reference. I am afraid for them, because that mountain, 25%, is so huge, except if they are going to follow the path of their so-called ass lickers. Those morons that call themselves judges. Those ones that doesn't even have 3 credits in their this thing. They say they went to Supreme, they went to Judicial, they went to court, to law school. Those people are failures. They are the backbenchers in the law schools. They are the backbencher. After all, it is not by intelligence or your paper you can be given a Supreme, whatever Supreme Court position, or a judge, a justice. It is a political appointment. You cannot put the bright man there. If we are talking about the bright man, what is our Ozekhome doing on that side of the aisle? Why can't he, as a professor of law, why can't he be there? How many professors of law do we have in Nigeria? Go and check it. Let them not bring professor of law. Let them bring it. Let us see how many. The problem we have now, it is the docility of the northern people. That is what is making us to swim in this ocean that is so dirty. It is the docility in the north. Anybody who tell me that the north have woken up is a lie. I just wanted the obedience to flow like that, to send a message. But the docility we have, it is the north. If you look at the history of Nigeria, where there is any uprising, it always starts from the South. The South will always take the burden and set the country back to a right path, because we are looking at the future, not the present. That is why we are fighting. Because we are enlightened, we are educated. That is why we are fighting. Even the uneducated one here in the South, they feel it because they know the right thing. But in the North, their eyes is shut to the right thing, but their eyes is open to religion. I'm standing here with my feet. As a panelist, I am declaring that the problem Nigeria have, because we are not moving forward, it's our brothers in the North. I beg to challenge any one of them. It is our brothers in the North that they are the problem. They are not rising up to the way we are rising up in the South to confront this vampire before us all. If not, all of us are feeling we are eating the breakfast. All of us. For them to sit in the North, docile, and be afraid of their emir and their so-called people, religious fanatic, that see there that education is not necessary for the Muslim people. That is absolute lie, because even their own people, their leaders that call themselves Islamic clerics, they go to the Western world to learn Western ideal, and they come back and turn it around and inscribe it in their so-called religiosity life. That is what they do. They go there to learn the secret, and they come there to turn it around and use their religion as a backup that the West are against them. The other thing I want to thank you, sir, is what our brother said last. The West might not be the problem, but they are the problem. Records are showing in Africa. History is showing. It is not they are not a problem. No. The West will not tell you go and burn your house down. The West will not tell you that, oh, don't misrule. But the West will tell you the end point from the beginning. But the process, they will not participate because of what? Their interest. We should be very intelligent and very tactical in our reasoning. The West, it's not surfacing, but they are the background. They are watching because the template has been given to these people. They are not talking, but they came here to say the election was a shambles. But the beginning, they collected all the samples and told their people, look, we know. They tell us, okay. All the oil, all the gold, all the uranium, who they use up? Who are they selling it to? The money they steal in your place, they send down, and they are saying democracy, that justice. Why are they taking the evil money? Why are they taking drug money and put it in their account? We have to be we have to think. It's not a matter of use. You think the CIA, they just sit down, they think like us? These are critical thinkers. They think like an 2,000 years old man. That is the way they think. But when we keep on thinking, oh, we are a scientist, I'll just think, oh, that tire go bust 2 days. In 3 days' time, that tire go bust. That your thinking is very limited. These people will be thinking how they are going to make, when they take a rifle and shoot that tire, that rifle bullet will go in. That's the way they are thinking. But our thinking is so limited. A man might not be the one causing the problem, but it will be in England there, sitting down, orchestrating it. Because the power of the dollar, the power of the pounds is waving around the eyes of your leaders. Why is it that your leaders, they go there, they say they want loan, they give them loan? What haven't you thought about, all of us? Have you not thought about it? They are not our problem. They are giving you loan when they know you have wealth. Why did the French president said without Africa they cannot exist? We should be reading books of some presidents, some word that cannot be raised in our heart. That would be a theorem that we should hold against them. For a president of France to say that in the public, it's a mind-blowing thing. And we shouldn't comment. We are not saying they are telling us to do left, to do left. That no, they are the background telling you the end point, but they are not in the process. They are not participating in the process. They will tell you that your process is bad, but they are the end point waiting for you to collect the dollar, to collect your resources from you. They set the pace. They set the goal mark. They set the rules. Why is OPEC setting the rule? Why is OPEC setting the rule? Why are they G20? Why is this G7? You think G7 is just there to talk about their own economy? They are talking about how they are going to neo-colonize Africa. Systematic colonization. That is what they are doing. We should not come here to say all these things. We should look at the whole thing before we start on this. But judiciary, I am afraid for Supreme Court
Please,
how they are
Randall.
going to interpret the 25%. Every other thing, trash it. That 25% is the most important thing. Any other thing we discuss is shamble. They can dust those one out. But the 25%, they've spoken about it. They've given resolution about it. How are they going to eat their vomit? That is what I'm afraid for them, because that they might go the path that we destroy judiciary forever, and it will never rise until we change the Nigerian system and make it a blossom system, because we copied it from America. That is why you are seeing we have in America Electoral College, we have in Nigeria Abuja, and in justice in America, in Europe, you will see where the judge is going to speak on. You will know who is going to jail and who is not going to jail. It is not all this one, the lawyer they talk in Nigeria, that you are trying to persuade them. But if you see the constitution and you see the judge talking, you will know that this man is going to jail, because you've seen it, what he has committed, and you went into the law book, and you saw what is there. So any Nigerian lawyer that will stand there to talk rubbish, that lawyer is a corrupt lawyer, because we know the trajectory of the justice. We know where justice go when a man commits an offense. We know where the final justice will go. So they should stop all this nonsense that you cannot determine where the justice will say. 25%, I can determine what Supreme Court will say. That Supreme Court will cancel the result. I can determine that, and that's the path they should go. Because 25% is sacrosanct, and if anybody does not meet it, that election should be cancelled. That is what they should give, and that is the law they should give, the rule they should give on this case.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Black Panther. Thank you very much. The 25%. We need to see, look forward to the reinterpretation of the Supreme Court, because what we have on our own constitution is right there, what I just put on the screen. So let's hear what the Supreme Court will talk about it. Thank you very much, my people. Appreciate you all. Everybody have contributed. So let me come to August CM. August CM, please, you have 5 minutes for final submission. Just 5 minutes. I'm going to monitor time now. This is final submission. Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
It's okay. I don't think I will exceed. It just to first off, Niger Watch, thank you very much. Like I said, I count you as a friend. Not really because we've met in person, but because of the value you expose. At least I don't know you beyond here, but from what you've said, the way you were brought up, what you stand for, despite all odds, is what emulating. So that is what endeared me. Nothing more, nothing less.
God bless you, sir.
That will give me an inkling into what type of person you may be. So you can be somebody you can do business with. He won't chop your money. Or if I say, go and give this person this money, I will be rest assured. So anyway, having said that, the case is before the Supreme Court. But one thing I want people to know is that, you see, somebody who you think is quiet, P2B will be the revolutionary that Nigeria needs to be better. But we pray. In fact, when I say pray, not that I really, but we hope, our wish collectively, the wish of every Nigerian, is for him to be the president. People may think he's soft. He's not. He will be firm, but we handle Nigeria the way it should be. Now look at the nonsense we are hearing. So when I hear all these things, when I reflect on all these things, I shake my head. But well, it's only God in heaven who knows tomorrow. I don't. And I don't think anybody knows. Even P2B might not know. It's only God that we know. So our cry, the cry of the poor people, God, is it not enough? Whatever it is, Let this be, or let this be the fourth. They say something is unprecedented, has not been done before. Yes, but it takes a particular incident for something for people to now say yes, it's been done before. We know it. I mean, 200 and over 130, 133 million, they say, but to me, it's close to 170 or 180. Okay, if it's 133 million since last year or 6 months or 4 months ago when they said it, by now, at least a good 20 million must have been moved to abject poverty. Let's just take it. So, must we continue like this? Must we? Nigeria is now rudderless, hopeless. Even rich men, those the so-called people riding big cars, everybody is hopeless. But God, is it your wish? Why bring us together? We've derailed. Now we've had the cases of countries that were on their knees and then they got up. So sometimes when I ask, it is true that I may be able to feed myself. What of about 10, 15, 20 million that cannot? That is the humanity in all of us. I think that is why Niger Watch is doing this. Ordinarily, you should have relaxed, sneak into the country, come out, do your thing, don't bother. But when you remember those that are, you imagine, not that you've seen them, but you imagine millions before people pick food from the dustbin. These days, there's no more food to be picked in because nobody is throwing food away again in Nigeria. I mean, so you see the level of suffering, the hopelessness, and that is what is fueling crime. Somebody who should have not been criminally minded, but because of hunger. Because if you say poverty, you think because the person hasn't got a car. Just hunger. Hunger means just to put something in your mouth. Because of that, people go to restaurant and be hanging. You think they are customers. Okay, your boy is there here. That is what is raining. Professional food. Madam, I day here. Oh yeah, madam, give them one plate. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Why should it be that way? Helplessness. In fact, to be honest with you, that's why when I see people eulogizing wickedness, forgery, everything, I just shake my head. I say, for what? Why are people doing this? If you say P2B didn't win or this one didn't win, what have you gained from it? Did you gain anything? You don't gain. Even if you are next to Agbado, it gives you a million, and so what? If you eat, what of others? What of others? Is P2B coming for the poor people in the south everywhere? So please, Niger Watch, we will get our loins and continue. We continue. You never know. People are hearing the gospel from Europe, America to Australia. I've been here receiving phone call. I had people phone from different places. And one thing will always be in my mind. Remember the day, remember the day of their voting. A lady phoned from Amsterdam. You must have forgotten. He said, Niger Watch, because of you, I'm going home. He said, I've been in Amsterdam for close to 20 years or maybe over that. He said, I've not gone to Nigeria, but I will. Because I think something like that, I may not remember, but if you could remember. So imagine that type of thing. Said there should be hope. So we can never lose hope in life as long as we are alive. We can never. So please, I will also urge you because of you, we come out. When I remember my evening, I say, let's stand it, even if it's for 10 minutes, let's spend it with Niger Watch. So it's good. Let's continue. I mean, there can never be, nobody can fault you for doing good unless it's an evil person, no matter what. Nobody, they can gossip the way they like, but in the end, what you are doing, you say it's for good government, for people. People are donating money. You may not have millions to
Thank
donate,
you.
but you want to use this to throw light. So thank you very much. Everybody, good night. Thank you. I'll see you people tomorrow.
God bless you, Oga CM. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. All
Thank
right.
you.
I don't know if Oga Felix is still with us. Okay, give us a mandate. Are you still there as well?
Yes. I'm still here.
Thank you, my brother. Okay, use your 5 minutes then. Fine.
Well, thank you very much for the time today. Again, one thing is, whenever you think about this whole situation, you just think about our country, and you just ask yourself what is going on. But we just continue to do what we know how to do best.
honestly, the fact that we are even here today and we can even talk about going to Supreme Court, it gives kind of it bothers, but all the same, it just showed the fact that let's even go all the way up and then go, let's unveil and see what's going to happen. Now, I think Black Panther said some things, but I agree with him on 25% of Abuja not being able to be trashed out. But even the rest of the case, there are some things that the judges shouldn't have trashed out. The issue of the double nomination, did you hear what Samani said? He said that that thing was not done intentionally. Dr. Siem, you're laughing. That
Yeah.
means I can just see Mr. Elvis Edigin maybe in ShopRite, and I just run into his car for no damn reason, and they ask me, why did you do it? Your guy is not intentional. And then they take me to court. The judge asks, hey, my friend, why did you do this? Maybe Mr. Eddie, I have something against Mr. Eddie, and they ask, the man did not do it intentionally. I know he came from America, and in America they can just do whatever they want to do. They don't. And brother, so Samari now told us that there is ignorance in law.
No. Give us a mandate. One thing that improved one thing, that there is really double registration. He agreed.
God bless you, sir.
He has agreed. So
exactly.
the judges agreed that that there is double. So nobody is disputing that anymore.
Yes.
The judges have agreed. So it's the intent that is the case now.
That is the case now. So Samani just agreed now that with my principal and the lawyers that there is double nomination. But that double nomination, they didn't do it intentionally. Let's remove that one. So what Samani now said is that there is ignorance in law, because I don't know where a thief will tell you the intent why they want to steal. Also know that this shitty man is the head of Boko Haram. And he will not tell you. I mean, we are just seeing revelation now that he was the brain behind Chibok girl, and then most of the things going on. So that means, so I don't know how Ariwola will also prove that, because if Samani said that it was not done intentionally, that means there was an act, something was done, there was double nomination. So it is now the intent that Ariwola will now prove to us. Maybe Ariwola will now say, okay, of a truth, there is ignorance in law, even though we know that all over the world there's no ignorance in law. That aside. Now, the issue of the drug case, I don't know how Ariola will also be able to remove his hand from that. Because what they said is that, so Samani also confirmed, Keyamu said that it was the money in Tunumbu's account that committed that crime. So Samani also just confirmed that, of a truth, there was a drug case, but it wasn't Tunumbu that committed the crime. It was the money. So maybe you guys in UK, maybe the money in your account used to leave your account to go and commit crime. I don't know. Maybe the money that you guys put your euros, they grow leg and they grow hand to go and commit crime, and they come back to the account. And so Samani also has confirmed that Tunumbu had a drug case. So it is now for Ariwola to be able to differentiate between who committed that crime. Is it Tunumbu or the paper that was in his account that committed that crime? Bolaji said, did Peter Obi want them to go and look for evidence on the streets? Bolaji was not in Singapore when the election was held. I am sure that Bolaji heard about Mahmoud Yakub going everywhere to say, and Festus Okoye saying that beavers, there is no deviation from beavers. Okoye said it. Mahmoud Yakub said, I assure you, he went including Chatham House. So I don't know how Ariwola will also have to remove his hand from that. So, but like you said, we'll continue to follow our principle. We are now in the bus going to Supreme Court. When we get to Supreme Court bus stop, we will alight there. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Have a good night, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. God bless you, my brother. All right. Let me come with Mr. Jonathan. Please talk to us. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thanks to everyone. You know, I just thanks for the opportunity. I really appreciate it and all the contributions given today. I really want to congratulate everyone. Just want everyone to know, everyone on this panel, everyone listening, Nigerians, wherever you are, whether you are listening or you are going to have the opportunity to hear later, let us know that we are winners already. We are winners, all obedience, all supporters of the well-being, all supporters for good of Nigeria. We are winners already. What Peter Obi has done, what he has brought to the fore for us, has made us a winner already. Because going forward, that country called Nigeria will never be the same again. If, and the word if, emphatically, with emphasis, if that country called Nigeria will still be in existence, it will never be the same again. So we are winners already. Let's take that. And regardless, whatever the outcome at the end of the day, whatever the outcome is, let us know that we are winners. Let us just wait for them to display let them display their impunity. Let them display it for the whole world to see, for record, for generations yet unborn, for them to see it plainly. That's what I want to say. What are we fighting for? What are we talking about? What is it that we Nigerians are fighting for? What is this struggle about? We just saw this video we showed this last hour or so with one of the wife of the governor in the northern part of Nigeria. We saw the decadence of development, of infrastructural development. We saw it. This is fresh. If you don't, this is fresh. This is what we are fighting for. This is what we are asking for, and it is not too much. It is not too much. You can see that. See the destruction of a nation. The first lady of a state. Look at her. The shameless set of people. And that is what we are fighting for. That is what we are fighting to get rid of Nigeria. We just want a Nigeria that works for everybody. We just want a Nigeria that we Nigerians can be proud of. I know that Nigerians at home, especially the youth, especially those that are under 40, I know that they really don't, there's nothing for them to compare. There's nothing for them to stand and say they have not seen anything better than this before in the past. That is where you will see a 20-year-old Nigeria, a 22-year-old Nigeria that had the opportunity to leave the shores of that country. Immediately, we know the difference. His mindset will be completely different because he can now compare. He can see light. He can see the difference between light and darkness. But notwithstanding, we Nigerians that knows the truth, that knows the difference, we are saying it loud and clear. And you Nigerians that are there in Nigeria, you are hearing us loud and clear. You are the one that are in this case. You are facing it head on. You are there inside, head on, day by day. Have to take your destiny into your own hands. This is the time for us. Nigeria cannot continue like this. Nigeria just cannot continue like this. That's what I want to say. I just want to admonish Nigerians at this time. I know that so many people are downcasted at this time. So many people are depressed because of this judgment. Don't be. We are winners already. Nigerians will never be the same again. That's all I want to say at this time. There's so much to say with respect to the judgment in the coming days, weeks ahead. So much to say. But for now, I just want to encourage us. And I want to encourage you also, Mr. Elvis, that you have done well. What you have done so far, generation yet unborn will not forget you. Your names will be written in gold. It will be written, posterity will remember you for good. Thank you very much, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. Have a nice, pleasant evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan Kingsley. Thank you, and big amen to that. Thank you for your kind words.
God bless you all. Madam Ahmed Bright, thank you very much for the super chat. May God bless you. Thank you. I appreciate you. I appreciate every one of you right there. Okay, let me come to Oga Chris. Oga Chris, if you're still there with us, you can use your 5 minutes. You said what? Mr. Chris, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I thought I was hearing somebody talking, so that was why I called.
Please don't say anything if I didn't call you. Thank you. It's distracting. Go ahead, Mr. Chris. 5 minutes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Njawach, thank you once again. In this struggle, I think you are the MVP in this struggle because you gave us a platform to talk. And this is a platform. Sometimes you see people calling in at odd hours. You must have to understand that this platform is like a medicine for depression for people. That's why you see people calling in, even if it is not call time. People just want to to offload their frustration. And this is the voice, this is the opportunity for people to do that. We all look forward to having this conversation every day. When you are having a bad day and you remember there's 9 hours later in the day, okay, it gives you joy. Having said that, I just want to round up with only two cases to avoid sounding like a broken record. You see the issue of the double nomination. In a same country, only that alone is enough for us to secure victory, or for at least for them to cancel the election.
Exactly.
Because the judges that were so angry, they agree that it was wrong. But the difference is that it wasn't done intentionally. It's as good as saying, please give us our mandate. Already gave the analogy. He has already given the analogy. As simple as that. They agreed that it was wrong, but the only problem was that it wasn't done intentionally. And the law, ignorance of the law is not an excuse, not to even talk of the intention. The law doesn't care about the intention. You've run foul of the law, so the law should take its course. I don't know why those people, and to even make it very funny, it wasn't Olanikbeku that pleaded that it wasn't done intentionally. It was somebody that was supposed, yeah. It is not Tinubu's lawyer that even pleaded that it wasn't done intentionally, but somebody that was supposed to deliver judgment is now defending something that is not supposed to be his terrain. Is that not funny? Just look at it. Is that not funny? The umpire, it's like playing football and somebody used his hand to handle the ball in the penalty area. Instead of the referee to do the proper thing, and he's telling the opponent that the player
Mr.
didn't do it
Chris,
intentionally.
that was a good one.
Yeah.
That was a good one.
To blow penalty is not your responsibility to be saying whether especially when the opponent, they didn't even plead anything. You are coming out to plead. Azumi Olanikbeku pleaded that this was it. Olanikbeku didn't say that. You are the one saying it for them. Oh my God. Then again, you see the issue of criminal forfeiture, the one the justice threw out. Let's not forget that Onogen Walters, in the case Abacha versus Federal Government of Nigeria, Onogen Walters, the Chief Justice of the Chief Justice of Federation that Buhari removed, the man gave a lead judgment that if you forfeit any fund to the government, to any party, it is a criminal act. And these judges, they just overlooked that judgment and they went ahead and created an alternative for themselves, an alternative that will suit their own narrative. My people, the road is long, but we must understand that eventually we will be the one to take the destiny of our nations in our hand. Panelists, thank you very much. I hope I didn't go over my 5 minutes. Thank you so much. And good night, everybody. Thank you for the platform, Mr. Nigerians. God will continue to bless you.
Amen. Amen. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your prayers. Thanks for your encouragement. You've been there. You've been there with me for years now. So I appreciate you, Mr. Chris. God bless you. Thank you. All right. On this platform, as you all know, that we say it how it is. We don't come here to blackmail anybody. Whatever we say, we must show you article or a video. So all we are crying for, we want a better Nigeria. I don't think it's a crime. We want a better Nigeria in our time. So that's why you see that everybody, we are patient because we are waiting for the court to decide. The tribunal have decided and we disagree. So we're going to Supreme Court and let's see what will come out of there. I appreciate you all, my people. Thank you very much. Black Panther, please use your five minutes, sir. Okay, Black Panther, you are not there.
I did.
Okay, please use your 5 minutes. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Najawash. I just say more grace, more grace, more grace. Because you need the grace of God to move forward. That is all you need. More grace, more grace. And I want to say here to every Nigerians, you see the judicial system as it is. It's a shame. And they've told every one of us that they are not learned. They say we are not learned. They are the one that are not learned. The Constitution was not written in logic, was written in English for the people, because it's the people that decided on it. Let's say Constitution by the people, they decided on it. And it is written in English so that they will all have a copy of it and look at it and memorize it so that they will know that this is the template, the guideline for us to move to a greater country. Now, the Nigerian lawyers, they have indoctrinated themselves in a platform telling us that we are all illiterate. You see that premises they stand on. They're now telling us that we are not learned. We cannot understand the spirit of the law. I want to state here, I want to give them an example. In America, when that incident, when it happens, we all know the offense, that the offense is grievous and it's going to take a jail time of 30 years. Then they caught some people. These are the faces they caught because it's illegal to get into the House of Parliament without you not being given a pass by the security. People went in there and tried to force the lawmakers to do things contrary to the Constitution. The law caught up with them. And we all know that these people definitely they go to jail. What we were expecting was that how many years are they going to give them? At the long run, some of the group called the Proud Boys, they were finally giving judgment. And we all saw it. It is not, the law is written in black and white. You cannot interpret it to us. It's only when we are having a dispute in the Constitution, we bring it to the Supreme Court for them to interpret it. But when it comes to criminality, it is straightforward. You commit a crime against the rules and regulation of the land, you go in for it, justice to be served. That is how it's been done. But when your Nigerian lawyers will speak, they will say, oh, you don't know the spirit of the law. The spirit of the law is meant for you people. It's not meant for us. That is your own template, that's your own secret. We don't give a damn about the spirit of the law. We give a damn about our law, Constitution that guides us. That is what we give a damn about. That is your own theory. The spirit belongs to you. We do not belong to the spirit. We are the custodian. We are the one that made this constitution through our parliamentarians that were nominated and elected into the parliament. So I want to say to you all, to everyone, Nigerians, revolution is never planned. What we are doing, we are building men. We are building men with the same mindset with us. We are making them see the light, see the damage, see the future of the country. If we go this trajectory, this is what the future holds for us. This is what the generation will be like. This is what Nigeria will be like in the 24th century, in the next century. If you go this trajectory, we are building men, we are building army that will come up
to take their country, not by holding weapons, but by their fists. They will tell the people that they are doing the wrong thing, get out. That is what we are. We are sensitizing you people. When it comes to the set time, like I said, when the set time comes, because God always creates a set time. When the set time comes to take the land from the intruder, that time we come up and you will see the people go up. The set time has come for the Niger Republic. They drove the intruders out. The set time came for the Burkina Faso. They drove the intruders out. The set time is approaching. We need to build more men that will take this hour to the next future. That is what we are doing. Nigerians begin to listen to the good news, because the good news, as you listen to information and get information to your system, if your faith begin to arouse to take back what belongs to you, your birthright is what we are fighting for. The birthright of the firstborn. We Nigerians are the firstborn. We own the land. That is our birthright. We are not those that knows anything. We are those that know what we have, and we are going to get it. May God bless you all as we fight. This is not the last point. There are still clouds beyond us, but we are going to pass through it and get to the promised land. Thank you all.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you, my brother. All right. Mr. Felix indicated that he's here now. Oga Felix, if you're there, please give us your final 5 minutes. Thank you.
I'm here, my beloved brother. I greet everybody. First and foremost, judicial waiting system, we know say they don't already they corrupt. If they can say, they said that it was the money that committed the crime, not in person. If they can say so, a question for them: any Milan robber with the cash with Meta, why did they sentence them go prison? Therefore, Kukuma arrest the Meta, their Meta say not be, now their Meta commit the crime, be the committer. Why they pay any? Therefore, Kukuma say na he Meta, na he commit the crime now, not be he commit the crime. That is one part. For double nomination and others, the most beautiful thing is that the judges, they agreed and they confirm what Festus, Keyamo, and the rest have been saying. They confirm everything for the world to see that, yes, it is true. Double nomination, but it was not intentional. If it was not intentional, one person can contest as a governor. It can be a governor of his state, at the same time be a minister, or at the same time be a president. If it is not intentional. Just like it's not Justice Samina in the Supreme Court when you retire. We know the way they work. If not liable to retire everybody, the outcome we don't already know. We just want to get to the final bus stop so that we will have it in our blacklist. The full component of the judicial system in Nigeria, we will have them in our blacklist to tell our unborn children, our grandchildren in future. Very important. Then you people will not be able to give excuse, just as the other man said the other time, that would have not come to us now. We for know as one doing. We are waiting. I already said it before. Everybody start preparing yourself. Get fortified. Answers, when answers start, they not plan them. Now when the thing done too much, now one person, now he the first start time. May they do their worst. Me not get time to beg again. May they do their worst. But when that one person start it, when the fire start burning, I pity will not pity them. Me not get time, because I've gone through a lot. It is in the hands of these wicked political dealers. Anytime I remember my father, I don't get joy. May we all wait. Not be November, first week of November. Now, first week of November, the 90 case go finish now. That is the most beautiful part of it. Then, all these that the GO, pastors, religious leader, we dey wait them. May they come pass our village, go celebrate Christmas. We all dey wait. We know me, I not get tired of it talk too much again because they say action speak louder than voice. We are waiting for the last bus stop. I greet everybody. Let's keep hoping. Let's keep our finger crossed. Start sensitizing other people who don't have the good mindset for the country. In case, if time come, they will be already informed, well trained for what will come ahead of them. I eat for now. Thank you, my people. Have a wonderful night.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Felix. Appreciate you. I appreciate every one of you. We've come to the end of this broadcast. I want to appreciate those of you that are still right here with me, starting with Augustine. Thank you very much, Mr. Felix. Thank you. Give us a mandate, my brother. Thank you. I appreciate you all. Mr. Jonathan Kinsley, thank you. Oga Chris, thank you. Black Panther, thank you very much. Madam Patricia was with us earlier on as well, and many others. Thank you, my people. Without you guys, we cannot do this. It's a collective effort. I appreciate every one of you for always appreciating me. Same time, I'm appreciating you all back. We need each other for this to happen. It's a collective effort. Trust me. One person cannot do it. I really appreciate you all. Fingers crossed, we will have a new Nigeria in our time. You know, the movement have started. Nigerians have cried out that we can't continue like this anymore. So I believe our effort will pay off by God's grace, the mighty name of Lord Jesus Christ. Thank you very much, my people. And I'd like to appreciate those that super chatted me. Okay, it's only one person that super chatted me today, Madam Amen Bright. Thank you very much,
And
Madam.
get two of them.
No, it's only one person. She's the one. Madam Amen Bright. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. May God bless you. It's the same name. You see, if you lose
Yeah.
as Amen
Sorry.
Bright, she
Sorry.
did that and she did that again. So the same name. All right. Thank you very much, my people. I'd like to come to the comment section to quickly appreciate those of you that are still with us right now. Mother of all, Mommy Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy, for always being there. Tony Africa, I can see you. Thank you very much. Michael Organem Maro, thank you very much. I appreciate you all. Madam Ame Bright, I can see you on the comment section as well. Peggy Modi, thank you. God bless you all. Aaron 14, thank you. God bless you all. But please, before you go, press on the like button and help us to copy the link with you. Take it home. Take the link with you. Take them, go home. I got Kingsley Guerra here. Thank you very much. God bless you all, my people. Lady DT. Thank you. Good evening to every one of you, or rather, good morning. We're already morning here in the UK. It's 3 minutes past 12. All right. Let's move on right now. I think, okay, Mr. Oga Chris is on the comment section as well. Amaka is with me here. Yes, thank you. God bless you all, my people. Have a good night. And I hear now go draw the curtain. It's been a long day, 6 hours now. So fingers crossed, by God's grace, we're going to be coming back again later on by 6 p.m. Let's continue to stand for what is right. Do what is right, regardless of anything. Just do what is right. You don't need to get paid for what is right most of the time, but the peace of mind that goes with you doing what is right. Sometimes if they charge you for that, you cannot pay for it, right? Because some people normally say, do what is right and not get paid or whatever. Or some people show their conscience to do what is wrong. Yeah, but you don't have peace. Yes, I can guarantee you that you don't have peace. You know, do what is right. Now only one life we get. Let's continue. We are not perfect though. We're not a perfect people. But let's just stand for what is right. That alone doesn't take anything away from you. I'm telling you. Okay, let me quickly say this before I round up. I remember one of my friends told me 5 years ago that you don't want to get married. I said, go get married. He said, no. Get married. Said, no. He said, guy, wait till they stop now. If I marry now, guess now they like me again. So you got it all wrong. You have wife or you are single. In fact, you are even more useless if you are single at some certain age. You see, so you get married, anybody that want to like you, they can still like you. It's not up to you to decide what you want. So the same thing, you do what is right. You think, oh, like this satanic politician sharing money left or right. You don't have to be part of those kind of money. Yeah, you don't have to. You know, I've said it before on this platform. I used to have friends that were doing some dirty job and all that. At that time, I was going to school at the same time working. They used to mock me. You know, 2 of them were arrested. You know, one spent 13 years, the other one spent more. And after that, because the new law in the UK, when they catch you with anything like that, you are going to be deported after your except you have a British passport. If you don't have a British passport, even though an indefinite stay you get, you're still going to be deported after you've served your time. So now let's talk. What is the need of all that? What is the need of all that? How do you derive pleasure, happiness by causing other people pains? Like Yahoo people, you steal from others, your parents will celebrate you, your mother will say, my Peking don't arrive, your father will say, my Peking don't arrive, your community people will say, Odogo, they'll call you name, but you stole from someone else. Somebody that have worked so hard for their money, you stole their money, and people are celebrating you. I said it before, my people. Not the only government be our problem. We ourselves, we need to work on ourselves. I understand that the government is supposed to take the lead to put the right measure for us to do the right thing, but the people will have a lot of things to change. Our mentality, our way of behaving, a lot of things is wrong with us. So I'll continue to do my part. You don't really necessarily have to listen to me, but I'll continue to do my part by telling you to do the right thing. Don't be a perfect person, because me, myself, I'm talking to you, I'm not a perfect person. I may offend you tomorrow, but especially when I don't know, please, whenever I offend any of you, always let me know so that I can apologize. Nobody is perfect. We must manage ourselves. To be around human being, you must have the ability to manage human being. And God now go bless normal people. Have a good night and bye for now.
I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. Go to biza. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan akanbi. I know they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love. I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. But I know they do competition with anybody. Forgive me, show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. I don't need to competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Show me love, I go show you love. Kama bara wa lo ninu ife kan. No, they do competition with anybody. If I offend you, forgive me. Tó bá ti sanwó fún Ṣẹ́gun nàbí o, ẹ fẹ́ jókòó. Alákọ̀bí. Ṣẹ́gun Nàbí. Alákọ̀ọ́bí. Sábà mẹ́la. Anybody? Anybody? Any bobo. Anybody? Mo ló ń fọlú, ó gbà mí bó ṣe rí mi láti kíníṣí. Délé mo ló ń fọlú, ẹ jẹ́ ń sọ̀rọ̀. Délé o.